Hello. This thing on? This thing working? Okay, there we go. Hello. It is time for more Book of Hours. It's been like 2 weeks. But we'll see if I can remember what I was actually doing. Getting myself nice in the library mood. I got myself a nice little mug of raspberry hibiscus tea that my roommate left behind when they moved out. I'm ready to rock. Let's do this. Oh. Okay, everything is remembered. Hush House endures. If I recall correctly, there was some kind of odd season going around, and it gave me some heckin' powerful tools that I could use, and then I just never looked into how to do that. So I figured I'd save that for next time. If this microphone could just get in a good position. Sorry if this is making weird noises for you guys. I did unmute my mic, right? Right, okay. I even added your mic is muted sound alert in case I start without sound, or without mic on English hard. Yeah, sound alerts. The next new and exciting phase of streaming. What is this? Next completed. Oh, and I finally cured that malady. Because I found out that I can just use a different bed to get more of the Grail power. I have Fet now. They're not all exhausted, thank goodness. 2 of them are still maladied, malodorous, something. So we've got a lot of options. We have a new event thing going up. Okay, I got an achievement for clicking on this card. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with the hours honored by the Sisterhood of the Knot. So that's Grail and Nectar, and I think those are the 2 I don't have. Do you have a Grail book? I think I have a Grail book. Yeah, I have 1 Grail book, so as long as they're not too picky about how high level it is, I can help people wanting this tin Spintria. I don't remember getting this. Occult treasures are purchased with the occult coin Spintriae. Tin Spintria usually display a wild face on the reverse side, shouting, screaming, or singing. Has a heart aspect on it. Oh, and I have several new powers as well. Not powers, but what are these? Skills? Something like that? Then here's the season thing that popped up. Noom Broom. Numa's Broomus Vapors. This has Knock 5, Moon 5, Rose 5, Winter 5. This is powerful. So I would like to find some way of making use of that. This guy wanted Grail 7. I ain't got that. So can I use this to help me translate some books, perhaps? Getting a knock book would be very nice. I think I've got a few of those. I just haven't been able to read any of them. That's knock 12. So if these are knock 6, maybe I can pop one of these open. Let me try that. Let's consider... let's try knock 6, maybe? Do I have a soul with knock? I don't think I did. Doesn't look like it. I can use this. Don't think I have a skill with knock either. I know in Cultist Simulator, knock was kind of a bit of a core skill, sort of, in that you needed a bit of knock for just about everything. Especially to progress through, like, the kind of the plot, more or less. So having a source of knock beyond just random events hopping in would be very nice. Okay, so I can't do 6, but I should be able to just do 4, right? Alright, let's just do this then. It would be nice if I could get a bigger one, but oh well. And these don't actually matter, so I'll just throw whatever in there. Let's do this. While I'm doing that, I can still be clearing stuff out. Let's get this if I can. So this is heart or sky. So let me find a friend. I think this is just a visitor, not somebody who can actually help me with stuff. Why is this taking so long? This doesn't usually take 6 minutes, does it? Did I do something wrong? That's strange. Alright, I have mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. The wood lies outside the walls of the mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the mansis has no walls. Philopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I didn't find a secret that helped. I get memory of impulse. Doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyways. Which has nectar and moth. And lesson, edicts liminal, a knock book, thank goodness. Alright. One thing that I should be doing is also categorizing books according to what I get out of them. Because I think I can basically use this book now to basically farm moth memories. Can I consider this? No? Okay. I can't consider this though. That's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Just in terms of remembering, like, which which bookshelf is which. Maybe I can just have one room that I think this one might be good if I can stick a book on there. Just to have one that just lets me oh my gosh, English. Thinking. One-track mind. Like one book of each category that'll let me get a memory if I just need a little bit of boost for something. And then keep all the rest in here for visitors. So that was this one, I think, right? This was knock 4. Did I have a different knock 4? I know it was by Christopher Olopoli, so yeah, I'll just grab this. Then I'll stick it up here, I guess. Okay. Need to actually get to work at some point. But yeah, from now on, if I need a moth or nectar memory, I know where to find it. I now have Edicts Liminal, the precepts on limitation and division, established by the enigmatic conclave of ours, sometimes called the Chancel. Beautiful. More skills. can I do anything with this yet? This is knock and moth. Can I put this anywhere? No? Bird song. Please tell me. Okay. Skolokosophy or Nyctodromy. I think I already have something committed to each of those, so this is gonna have to level up before I can do that. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have anything in... Can I... There we go. I need the Bosk, Birdsong, or Horamachistry. Is there anything here that's uncommitted? Uncommitted. Anything uncommitted that I could stick in one of those? Nope. Okay. Now, is there anything I can do with this memory while I've got it? Can I do anything with these gardens? I'm pretty sure I need a skill for these. Yeah, I need a nectar skill. Or is the nectar optional? No, none of my skills are highlighting. Did I have a desk with moth or nectar? I don't think I did. Stuff still kind of confuses me. I'm not sure how all this works. It's also kind of hard to keep track of where they are, because I just kind of have to know where they are in the house. It's nothing... Right, these don't really have, they don't have influences, they have the wisdoms. So, I guess... So I need something that's committed to a wisdom. So this is committed to preservation. What is moth cover? Forge, winter, lantern, knock. Moth is attached to... Wow, that just draws a big old line all over the place, doesn't it? Also a thing I'm not certain how to interpret. Does this mean that it's tied to Birdsong and the Bosk? Or is it through every card it passes through? So that'll be Birdsong, Preservation, the Bosk. Maybe Nyctodromy? Skolokosophy and the Bosk again? I am confused. Well, I have a Skolokosophy card and a Nyctodromy card. So let me see if I can find like a skill desk that has Skolokosophy or Nyctodromy. That's Horamachistry. This is nothing, I think. Gardens are all nectar. Nothing. I need to remember I have this key, too. This has knock. That's probably important. This is nothing. It also requires film, which I still haven't found, I don't think. It's preservation. I have a preservation skill, right? Pretty sure I saw one just as I was scrolling through stuff. This is preservation. So this has heart and moon. Heart. Preservation. The earth endures and so do I. So is this going to evolve my health card? Because that would be nice. 3 minutes, okay. I think this must have gotten patched in the time since I played it, because there's a few things that look a little different. One thing, timers seem a lot longer. Like, I think this just took like 30 seconds or something, and now it's taking like 5 minutes. And also, I'm pretty sure that if you like had a slot for a card that didn't qualify, those X's wouldn't pop up over the things it can't be used in. Pretty sure that's new. Anyways, I was looking for Skolakosophy and was it Nyctodromy? I guess I already used the memory, so it's a little doesn't really matter now, but maybe. Can I like evolve my Faust with something? Let's be Lantern, or do I have a skill with Lantern or Sky? It says Sky, but it's Hushery. So what Nyctodromy skills do I have? And this game just pulls your brain in all kinds of different directions. So I have Path and Pilgrim. So do I just need enough Lantern? Remembrance or memory? Can I just stick a lamp in here? Try another skill. Maybe I should be going with Sky instead. This chair. This chair is Sky apparently. Oh, that doesn't call. I can't use it though. What else is Sky that's in the house? It's painting. I need a light or a memory or another memory. So it would need to be a light that's aspected with Sky. I don't know if I'm gonna find that. Candle. This lantern. This is more lantern. It says Sky. Can I use this? Evolve via Nyctodromy. I could use Nyctodromy here to evolve my soul. Once you committed a skill to Nyctodromy Wisdom, you can use that skill here to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use a skill you've attuned to that Wisdom, and it'll only work once. So there must be more steps here that I'm missing, because like I've got 2 identical soul cards. I have a skill that's committed to Nyctodromy. It's just not telling me what else I need. Can it not be Faust for whatever reason? think the only thing I have a double of are those 2 healths, and I have more fet, but they're not... They're exhausted. And so I need to be rose. What rose stuff do I have? It still has to be a light source with rose. I don't think I've seen any of those. Oh. It says knock on it. Not what I need, but it's good to know I have that. Widow's candles, which have moon. A lot of them. It says rose, honey scar scented candle. Use salt to trace a sigil of journeys and returns. That's not what I'm trying to do. I feel like I've done this before, but what the heck, I might as well just craft something. I'm more curious about that other thing I was crafting, the health evolve. So that's something that actually worked, which is nice. Then what station was that at? I lost track. I'm getting another visitor, looks like. Snow. Sky 3. I just needed Sky, didn't I? That's still going. Where was that other station I was using? Preservation. The earth endures, and so do I. Plus health. The dwelling place of the soul. The 9th of 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So I guess now this is just Heart 2, Nectar 2 instead of... I assume these were lower before. I didn't even use up the memory, that's interesting. Sky 3, Winter 3. Oh, it'll just... I think this is new as well. I don't think there was this button here that just took you to stuff that's done. Salt sign. Oh yeah, I did already have one of these. Okay. Did that just get tossed somewhere? Yeah. Just find a shelf for this somewhere. How about the staircase? Here you go. Yeah, here's the other one I already had. This is a mark if I need one. So I think I needed Sky here. Was it here, or was that the other one? Oh, I have 2 Nyctodromy skills. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Oh, this is Moth. So I could use this, maybe? You don't give Moth, though. You give Sky. This is what I wanted Sky for. So can I do this? I have enough Sky for Apprentice level Sky recipe. Huh. Evolve via Nyctodromy. Yeah, like all the pieces are in place the way they've described them. And I'm pretty sure like I can get Lantern up here. If that's what I need for this. Skill I've committed to Nictrodromy Wisdom. Use that skill here to find 2 identical soul cards, Fost and Fost. Use a skill you've attuned to that wisdom and it'll only work once. I've only done this once and that was for the health thing. And that was with, I think this. Yeah, that was with Magaphine Mysteries. Does this say attunement fulfilled? Yeah. So, yeah, they're just, the description just doesn't seem to be adequate. Which is a little frustrating. Because how are you supposed to figure this out if the game just doesn't tell you what you need? I don't know. I'm gonna go find something else to do. Has that guy come yet? Another 43 seconds? Good grief. Okay, can I read any books? This needs Moon 4. Can I get that? Do I have any moon stuff? It says moon. I need skill with moon, would be nice. Do none of these have moon? I thought I had a moon skill. It says moon. That's moon 2. Do I have anything better? Probably not. No. So I would need a memory with moon. That's sky and winter. It's moth and nectar. Okay. So can't do this. What else we got? We got another moon 4. We've got another moon 4. Sky. I can do sky, right? I haven't already read this, have I? I'm not sure if there's anything that indicates whether or not you've already read something. Do I have any sky? This has sky 2. Do I hear a sky 3? Oh, hi, Ellerine! Your issues are fixed! Yes! Nice! Awesome! That's good to hear. Did you have a stream today? Are you streaming now? I don't want to interrupt anything. You usually stream on Wednesdays around now, don't you? Not? Okay. I feel like Wednesdays are usually the busy days where just a whole bunch of people stream, including me, so I can't watch anybody. Streaming tomorrow, gotcha. Okay. Assuming I don't fall asleep or forget, I'll try and I'd be there tomorrow. I know I missed your last stream because I was just exhausted yesterday and just went to bed immediately after work. It was good to hear about the internet issues being fixed, because that's so frustrating, having to deal with that. Senor Corzo Revert. Manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary? Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness. Oh, he wants Grail. I think I can actually give that to him. Here. Alright, you got Baldur's Gate 3, nice! Awesome. I assume Baldur's Gate 1 never got working? Ew, you're one of those vampire-liking people. What's his name? Mysterion? You would. Yeah, everybody likes the evil bad boy vampire. I was watching my friend stream and he just immediately staked him. Seems to be very popular with the a certain demographic. I have a Grail book, I know I do. Wait, what do you want? Something from Numa? Oh, I need to talk to him about events, don't I? My favorite trope is bad boy isn't really a bad boy, he's just a sad boy in a leather jacket. Isn't he the guy who approves of all of your evil actions? This works, right? Off to the zoo, I suppose. Not entirely? Okay. I haven't actually played Baldur's Gate 3, and I haven't watched a ton of gameplay of it yet, so I'm not positive about all this stuff. He just seems to be very... very selfish about things. I guess some people find that to be endearing. And I think I've heard that his story is actually really good later in the game, like once he actually... Yeah. He's a brat? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that later in the game, basically for all the characters, that a lot of them start out seeming really scummy, but the writing kind of not necessarily justifies it, but does a good job of explaining why they turned out the way they did. So I've seen almost no gameplay from like chapter 3 and beyond. I think almost everything I've seen is from chapter 1. So I know all the characters at their worst and have judged them mercilessly for it. Astarion included. What is... What? What did I do? This is new. Alright, uncanny labors. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed except in scenes and sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went, it was cold. This is not what I meant to do. This is just money, right? Did I do the wrong thing here? Poor smarmy man. So bullied. Yes, that smarmy vampire who attacks you in the middle of the night without your consent. Contribute to the bullying. Does this work better now? No, still 6 pence. So is this not just you put in a soul card and a coin to hire somebody? That's exactly what you do. How did that turn out, oddly? That is quite unusual. See, now it's saying seek unusual help again. This is exactly what I put in before. And it's only taking 60 seconds like it should instead of like 5 minutes. I wonder, did that have to do with that weird season thing that happened? Very uncertain. Alright, book read. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchmen, the twins, and with the mother, with the forge, with the meniscate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then synthesis, or is he something else? In Galicia, they call him Janus Lamius, but the Obliviates are notorious for their slanders. I understand some of those things. Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Hirsalt and Cosley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hirsalt described him as all the gods and Cosley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. God, I love this kind of stuff because I have no idea what's going on. It's great. It is. I have the most fun with Cultist Simulator like after a playthrough when I just go into the wiki and start trying to connect the dots, trying to. Because all these weird terms, like the Madrigad, the Watchman, the Meniscate, and all these pop up in several books all throughout the game, and you can try and dot the lines and see what everything actually means if you're willing to kind of dive into it and do the work. But I got another Watchman's Paradox, which is good. Which means I should be able to upgrade this, I think. Or do I need more of them? Fill every slot with memories which match a power aspect, including at least one lesson. So I could use this, and then I would need another lantern? Okay, that should be doable. I am gonna have to reread some books, though. This got me lantern, so I'll keep this. I might actually have to wait until a day with better weather. Because I think if I read a book that generates a lantern memory, I'm just going to get another one of these, which will not help. So let's just keep going. So these are all moon. Oh, interesting. This one has... Oh, mastery. Okay. So I have read this? Is that what this means? I'm well acquainted with this text. A moment. Okay, so yes, I can reread this. Good, okay. Let me see what this does for me. I think it'll just generate a memory. Also, I need to deal with this. The higher I rise, the more I see. Alright, this is a malady. I'm going to need Nectar 5. That has Nectar on it, so maybe I should try and cure this while I have the chance. This bed has... nothing? I thought this bed had like a grail aspect. Does... Oh, it was that I was allowed to put grail cards in here. So I need a bed that has a nectar aspect. Let me see what I've got. This bed... Nope. How many beds do I have? Still not sure what to do with that. Do I only have the 2 beds? I thought I had found more. It's a dispensary. Here we go. No nectar. Well, that's terrible. Optionally, I could... If I can find something with nectar... Let me see, do I have anything I can put in here that just coincidentally also has nectar on it? Most of these skills work. So I can use this? Okay, so there's 2 just from that, so that's good. 90% sure I don't have any nectar skills because I've been looking for one of those. None of those memories work. It's fine. So if I can find something with Nectar 3, then I can cure this. There's Nectar 2. Nope. 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 Let's see. At some point I'm going to have to go through and actually, like, categorize all this stuff I have. But I still don't really have any idea how to do that. Stuff just touches so many different categories. It's more Nectar 2, 2. All these things are Nectar 2. I mean, I'm not terribly worried because I have so much Faust anyways that it's not a huge drawback. Oh, snap. Grail 6, Heart 6. That's good to know I've got that. Nectar 6. I mean, that'll do it. That almost seems like overkill, though. Alright, I think I'm just going to let this stay busted. And then just if I need to cure it, I can with that very powerful thing I just saw and lost track of. But I have 3 other Faust cards, so I don't particularly have to cure it right now. Keep reading, and have I hired somebody yet? Here we go. What do you get me? You have Scale, Edge, and Heart. Do I need any of those? Edge and Heart. Okay, so let's hire this guy. Then I just need to boost Edge or Heart. There you go. My pride will find an echo in theirs. Then I was here? Alright, the window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. Ooh. And this book generates Forge and Winter. Okay, I don't think I needed either of those, but that's good to know. Can I... Ah, no, don't put that away. Alright, I'm gonna need to start taking some notes. Hold on, there's a... like a Steam overlay or something you can use that, notes. I'm not sure. Yeah, this isn't showing up on stream, but I'm just taking some notes for stuff. So that was Forge. Forge 1, Winter 2, 12 letters on consequence. Letters of consequence, 1, Winter, 12 letters of consequence, 2. Okay. Let me go ahead and reread some of this stuff so that I can know. Oops. Can I use this? Yeah, okay. Don't remember which one was which. Oh, what was that sound? Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. Has that always done that? Memory Impulse from Knock a Familiar Passage. So we have Moth, Knock a Familiar Passage 2, and then Nectar, Knock a Familiar Passage 1. Okay. Then, because there's not much point in keeping these on different shelves, they're all gonna... If they all generate 2 anyways, it's not really any good way to organize all these. Aside from just the hard work of keeping notes. Alright, this got me Lantern 2 in Sky Echoes, the name of the book? No. Lantern. The Locksmith's Dream. Stolen Reflections 2. Today we have Gales, which are Heart and Sky. I needed Sky for one of those evolution things. Was it here? This is Nyctodromy. Let's try this again. Now that I have a memory with high Sky. Enough Sky for apprentice level Sky recipe, but there's no suitable recipe. Try another skill. I think this one's Nyctodromy. My other one is Edict's Liminal, which is still nothing. Okay. Did I find a Grail thing? I feel like one of those curatives I found had high Grail. Curing another Fet might be good. Just so I could see if I could evolve it. Got some like Grail 2 stuff. Let me see. This is the bed. Cure Fet. So I'd ideally have a soul card with Grail on it. Does this work? Okay, that works. Gale has Heart and Sky. None of my skills. Well, do I have a Grail skill I'm allowed to use here? No, so I need something with Grail 3. I feel like I found one. Let me go through and check real quick. Grail 3. Sky Alembic. A cheeky decanter of wine fortified with unusual influences. Works for me. Okay. So if I can evolve my Fet, now I should be allowed to. Did we open that room? That was this, right? Yeah. Examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I've rooted out the Barber's brood, he is recorded to have gloated. But his great-great-grandson Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he bought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. Interesting. Anything useful in here? Necropsy table. A hygienic place for scrupulous examination of whatever might remain. Another place where I can perform challenges with various... Ooh, that's not right. Various skills. Some books, some materials. Heart in a jar. An offering or an exhibit? Nectar 4, Scale 4. Phosphorescent scrapings, serpentinite slab. I think I've got like 3 of these. Couple of books, couple shelves, morgue boots. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay, well, I'll take these. Okay. Couldn't remember if, at what point you can become cursed. Almost never contaminated. Okay, it tells you there. Alright, I thought it was a quality on something. Considering that, let's go hire some help. Nocturnal Period Book. Just Verse. A rare surviving copy of Christopher Lopoli's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry published in 1912. It's Rose 6. Fine, do I have a Rose shelf? This is Rose, right? Yes, that's Rose 14. Good, I appear to need Rose books. This is almost never contaminated. Good. Here we have Grail, Moth, and Rose. So it's showing little arrows showing where are the gales going? Up into the sky. What was this? It was Grail, Moth, Rose. Anything? Heart and Rose. Okay. Then I can get Heart too, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's hire this lady. A visitor. Let me go ahead and start making some more money while I'm at it. Don't want to run out. Give you my strength. I'm ready to lend my limbs. This is Snare of the Tree, Collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the woods we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. Grail 8. Oh, another Grail book. It was here, right? Yeah, that's Grail 4. Stick that there. And I think it was this room. Yep. No? Yes? Huh? Heart. What? I was Grail, not Heart. Oh, dang it. She is... I gave her exactly the wrong things. She's Grail, Moth, Rose. I gave her Heart, Nectar, Scale. Oh, derp. Alright, can I give her more stuff? I need to give her Grail, Moth, or Rose. Oof. Okay, I can give her Moth too. Does that help? Heart. 5. She doesn't have heart. Rose. Can I give her Rose? No. I somehow can't give her a lantern because I've used all of my boast. 8. Oof. 9. Oof. I bungled this one. Okay, I think she's just useless to me. I don't think I can give her anything that I need. can't even give her one rose. Nope. Nothing I can actually give to her. Darn. And it is only soul I can put in there, right? Oh no, there's lots of stuff I can put in here. Oh yeah, okay. Heart 3. Turn 2. Okay. Let me see if I can find a rose or... Rose or grail, is that what I need? Stuff's all very advanced. Here's a rose. It's also rose. Yeah, let's see if I can find her a rose thing. Is highlighting stuff? No. Okay. Pigment, sustenance, or tool? I assume she's gonna just consume whatever I give her, so sure, here, have some bread. Offer something to eat. Offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Here, eat some bread. So we can take out that Rose 5 thing. I'll know better for tomorrow. Sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. Alright, was this one? Yeah. Clear this out. Dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clotting the air with shadows. I'll need counter-influences to unwind them. I made some cash. Fortune telling. Oh, this also helps with letters. Good. That makes more money. And, oh, this got cured. Good. Did I read all 3 of those books I had stored somewhere? These, right? I took notes on all of them? Yes. Oh, I can also... I have more books to pop open. Assuming these aren't going to curse me. Right, I was only using Faust to open books just in case, so I'll wait until tomorrow. Just use this to make a little bit of extra money. And I'll wait till tomorrow to open more books. Oh, Orpheland is selling Notes on Bindings, Heart 10. Gideon DeWolf, 5th century Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical, suturing, tailoring, and, carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. They want 3 Spintria for it. Will they give me change? Let's give it a shot. That's 4 value Spintria. We'll see if they give me 1 back. Till then, where are those books I was looking at? Books, here they are. Rarely contaminated. Well, I'm just gonna have to be a little hopeful. Then let me see if I can evolve my newly recovered Fet. That was it here? The Nyctodromy one? Okay. I wish if you put identical soul in here, it would give you a hint about evolving stuff. Oh, I still need to study this. Oh well. Or no, I need to hang on to it. I don't know what I need to put in here. Excuse me. So am I looking for rose or moth? Can I just stick this couch in there? Oh no, it has to be a light, doesn't it? So I want a rose or moth light. I guess. Lantern. Rail. Moon. More moon. More moon. Lots of moon candles, oddly. Thought I had a light in here. Maybe I used it on something. I could have sworn I had some rose candles somewhere. Could just be misremembering. Those are forge. More lantern. You'd think all candles would be aspected to lantern, but I guess that just goes to show how much I actually understand about any of this stuff. Edge. Lantern. Lantern. Alright, I guess I don't have what I thought I had. This is sky. Well, that's not what I need right now. I need lantern or moth. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't need any of this stuff. I don't know. Let me hire some more help. Is hailing. We have edge and sky. Alright, this is Journal of Walter de Wolf. That sounds useful. Walter de Wolf and Baron Barankrug was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Hafren. The de Wolf line might have ended here if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. Forge 6. Don't think I can do that, but let me take a look. Do I have any forge aspected soul stuff? Doesn't appear so. Skills? I don't remember having any, but... Oh, that's Forge 2. Okay, if I can get a Forge 4 memory, then I can pop that open. Till then, it's going back on the shelf. Let me see, where was I putting these? Here. Lantern. That's a Grail. This is all winter. Here's all the forge. Okay. Or here we have heart. So let's Stick the heart stuff up here, I guess. So this is heart 8. This is heart 4. Heart 8. Heart 14. This is forge 8. 8. 8. Well, 6 is good. And pop open another book. Only rarely contaminated. You offer Sky, Rose, and Nectar. And I can boost those to Rose 6 or Nectar 6. Good. Make sure to actually get them right this time. Can I do Sky? I can do Sky 5. That's it. So I can't do that one. Rose 6. I can do that. Okay. Let me just confirm this guy gives me Rose. Okay. Don't want to make that mistake again. Speak with him about Rose stuff. Perhaps we shared a dream. Was that this room? Yeah. Web-snared room. The cobwebs here are thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Van Loren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but the webs are real. It will be long and tiresome work clearing away the webs. I really needed, like, trained help to clear away cobwebs? Alright. The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Trailwyn. This is Forge 10. Stick that up with the Forge books. I think. Alright. And pop up in yet another. I think I've got 2 left. I am running out of money. So any non-Fost I have for the rest of today, I think I'm going to conversion to cash. What was that? A little respect. I am the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Barankrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. Okay, interesting. I wonder if that's going to get me memories? Alright. The Geminiad 1. A fragile manuscript illuminated with twinned shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language few seen is much older. The cover is tooled goatskin decorated with garnet. Luxurious. Heart 10. Alright. That's not happening for a while. Heart is... Is that all this stuff? Yeah. 8, 8, 14. Stick that in the middle. Looks like that's all the Fost for today, so I'm just spending the rest of the day pumping money. Unless I could reread stuff to try and, Oh, I have way more books. Oh, I have a lot more books than I realized. Oh, is this the room we just cleared? Okay, I didn't notice. Reading room. Visitors are usually permitted this far into the house, and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. Have a reading room. The book wheel is a DeWolf heirloom, a gift to Ava DeWolf from her admirer, the adept Franklin Bancroft. The desk and lectern are much more recent. Steel plaques on both read, "To Gervinus Van Loren, in gratitude for his assistance with the closing of the Winding Stair. E. Abney Hastings, Nocturnal Secretary, 1928. This also allows me challenges with Heart, Lantern, Moon, and Sky. Papers. Reel of film, phonograph record. Oh, those can't go in there. Use tools and ink. So one thing I'm kind of correlating is that... One second. Stretch! Stretch! Ugh. In Cultist Simulator, there were rituals. And I think basically all the rituals basically functioned the same. Like their output was the same, and the difference was what you were allowed to use as inputs. So like one might require, you know, like a rite, which is a different resource, you know, as well as like a tool and a memory or something like that. Or in Cultist Simulator, they're called influences, not memories. Whereas a different one might require like a tool, a memory, and a corpse or something like that. But the output, I think, was just, if I remember correctly, it was just a matter of like what the powers added up as. So I'm guessing all these things that just have challenges on them are basically the same. I can use these to effectively cast spells or perform rituals or craft or however you want to think about it. It's just the thing that's confusing me is that some of these have that like evolve via wisdom thing. And I'm just not sure. One of them worked once, and I'm not sure why. I wonder if... So when I use Nyctodromy, I get... Don't know. Because you get a certain skill when you unlock something on a path. I'm not sure, I think Nyctodromy was Fet. So it seems like I'd be able to evolve Fet here. And I don't know how to do that. And none of the tooltips seem to really indicate how. And in any case, everything is busy right now. Maybe I'll take another look at it tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Man, that always sounds menacing. Oh! Oh, this is the room I unlocked yesterday. I unlocked this today. Map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th Librarian and former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his exploration and to manage the operations of his many agents. That's another thing I should be taking note of. So, David Green was the 8th Librarian. Taking note of that because these little notches in the wall say, like, 2nd Librarian and all that. So I assume somewhere in the house there are like statues or busts of the librarians or something, and then I assume if I like slot them in the correct place, something will happen. 9th, 10th, where is 8th? 13th? The 10th. Oh, that's a little confusing. It's not directly in order. 6, 7, so is this... Go first. 7th Baroness Brankrug. 6th Baron Brankrug. Where is 8th Librarian? Fourth Baron. 1st Librarian, 7th, 6th Baron, 6th Librarian, 5th Librarian, 4th Librarian, 11th Librarian, 10th Librarian, 9th Librarian, 12th Librarian, Is there just no 8th librarian slot? Oh, that's confusing. Unless, I wonder if there's another staircase, like maybe around here? No, I can see some of these. I don't know. There isn't an 8th librarian slot. There are, however, I didn't realize there were like Brandkrug slots. Do I have any statues of them? Abbot Thomas. First Abbot. Just Abbess. Priestess, Oracle, Queen, Abbot Jeffrey. Do I have any Brandkrugs here? Serena Blackwood. Walter DeWolf. Solomon Husher. Fraser Strathcoin. I think he was an author. Ava DeWolf. This is the crystal called Scolakite, the Wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. Ooh. Lord Monday. Lady Tryphon. Maybe I don't have any Brandkrugs yet. Ambrose Westcott. I don't know. Alright, let me just keep getting sidetracked with stuff I just don't understand. I guess I can reread a book, see what influences I get from it. I'll just stick this here with the other unread books. Just better put it on a shelf. The books that I've read were stuck down here. I got this book. Yep, they gave me change. Good. And this is Heart 10. Heart, I think. Did I move that up here? Yeah. This got me another memory revelation, so I don't need that to be kept anywhere special. These are the useful books. These are the used ones. Book number 2. This got me Memory Solace, which is Heart and Sky. Was Traveling at Night, Volume 2. So, Heart at Night, Volume 2. And Sky, Traveling at Night, Volume 2. Those. Then I'll stick this on the useful shelf. It's you. Wait, here. Can you fit there? Yeah. Okay, and 2 more. Oh, I don't have any soul left. So I can't use this, can I? Oh, I can! Oh, that's good to know. I can make use of these maladies. Oh, there's a lot of memories. Oops. Wasn't even looking. Storm. Heart 4. Sky 4. Okay. And there's gotta be something to do with that, right? That's just another memory revelation. Let me just get that last book out of the way while I'm thinking about it. So it's a new day. Can I evolve maybe my Fet? This has a lot of sky. Can I use this? This would have to be... This is one that needs to be a light. I don't think I had any heart or sky lights. So I guess I would just need a heart or sky Nyctodromy skill. Oh! Expand my Fet. Nyctodromy will show my Fet where we can go. Okay. Why did that work? This has Nyctodromy. Attuned Fet. Is that what I need? I need this to... Okay. Alright, so it has to be a skill that was used... I'm theorizing here. It has to be a skill that was used with a soul card. And I need to have that skill and a matching soul card in a station that can evolve that wisdom. Okay. Jeez. You can only do it once per skill. Oh, that feels good to have figured out. What's this thing? Let me hire some help. Oh boy. Good gravy. Alright, you can get me Grail, Moth, or Rose. Fine. That's another just memory revelation, sure. Grail, Moth, Rose. We have... none of them. None of them. Grail 8. But can I give you... I would need 4. I'd like to get these like little side rooms over here figured out if I can. But people keep coming by with the wrong stuff. Okay. Alright, let me just hire somebody else, I guess. Shame that it wasted my soul, but well. So I've reread all of the... Is that true? Have I reread everything? Have I only read like 4 books? That can't be right. Those 4 are useful. These 3 I have also read. I should just put these moon books away. Do I have a moon slot? It's Moth. This is Forge, Nectar, Knock, or no, that's Rose. This is Moon. These are Moon, right? Yeah, these are both Moon 4. And this is Edge. What happened to that storm card that I had? Did it stop storming? Did I use it somewhere? Oh, I used it to evolve stuff. Maybe, I think. I don't know. So important thing to remember is I can now generate Lantern 2 whenever needed. Where are those Lantern books? Scale... this stuff is Lantern, right? Yeah, that's Lantern 14 and 10. Can I swing Lantern 10? Lantern is my best aspect. We have Lantern 2. Lantern 4. That's probably the highest. Okay, so I can get up to Lantern 8. So if I can either upgrade my Faust, or maybe if there's like a sunny day or something that gives me Lantern 4, then I could read this. But other than that, no. And so my Faust is attuned to something that, if I can find it, evolve via illumination, then I think I can, then I can improve my Faust. Probably. Torah Macastry. Pretty sure I have 0 skills with that so far. Just scanning real quick to make sure I know about all my little stations. Cropsy, Projector, Evolve Preservation. This one's Nyctodromy. Forgot about the organ. I don't think I have any music though. I think that's it as far as like the special evolution stations go. Everything else is just miscellaneous crafting stations, either for something specific like the film reel or just different mixtures of influences. A workstation, that's what they're called. I didn't realize I had an official name. Do I even still need to have this in my inventory? Chart a new history. Complete the game by recording any history. Oh, this has Rose on it. Mystery Lantern. Memories the Cartographer. There is no map of the House of the Sun where the invisible gods walk. How could there be when every year it changes and yet every year it remains the same? Tricky, certainly. Impossible? Let's see. I'm well acquainted. I could add something with ink. I know I have ink somewhere. I've been finding it as I explore the house. You ink? Liquid ink. Ashertine. Lies written in Ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. This seems power... What? You said you wanted ink. Skill. Inks of revelation. Memories, revelation. I'm not sure what this wants from me. Post? I mean, you won't take ink. That requires a memory. This requires a skill. This requires soul. Okay. I assume I've just already done that. Okay. Am I hiring somebody? Yeah, alright. And then let me pop open a book. So I want the easiest books first, which I don't think are nocturnal. I think baronial or Curia are the easiest ones. Only rarely contaminated. Uncatalogued thing, readable. I thought there was something that showed you like ages. Yeah. Let's just see what happens. If I get cursed, I get cursed. Alright, the known unknown Tantra. Carlos Garcia Sauri, the ecstatic mystic of the Pyrenees, was known to recite this in 3 languages, though he had never visited the subcontinent. Written in Sanskrit. Lantern 6 though, so I should be able to read this pretty easily. That is, if my Faust wasn't exhausted. Can I just do this? Boom. Alright, you are a musician. You give me Sky, Rose, Nectar. I think I need Sky, right? Sky. Can I give you Sky? No, I can give you... Should have thought of that before using all my Faust. I can give you 2 Nectar, or maybe 1. I don't think I can give you that. I don't think that helps me, though. All this stuff is too high. That needs Sky. Yeah. Alright, well maybe we just don't open any rooms today. I don't want to waste a bunch of time and money. Let's just get some cash. We're reading a book. That's good enough. Oh, and I forgot I upgraded this now. Oh, there's my storm card. Can I give this to him? Bet plus. That part of us which walks in dreams. Alright, so this is now Rose 3. Is Rose something useful? No, I don't need Rose. He has Rose, but I don't need it. This has Sky. Can I... I don't want to hire him just to see if I can give him a memory. Ah, heck with it. If he, Oh, do I have enough money? Oh, I don't have the money for it. Alright, never mind. I was gonna hire him just to see if I could give him a memory, and if it didn't work, then I would, just give him something out of the house. But that's fine. Alright, I've read. The known unknown Tantra describes a journey to the white door of the Mansis, beyond which speech ceases. It describes a mantra which can be used at the right place and time to achieve that door. The light of a lantern can only ever reveal the space between the forest shadows. And that fascinated Faust. Or is that what I used? I used my fascinated Faust, okay. Got another Watchman's Paradox. It would be nice to not have to use all of these. So if I could just use them one at a time. Yeah, if I could just get a second lantern memory, I think that's what I need, right? Because like I could do this to improve my Watchman's Paradox. But I think if I could just get a second lantern memory that's not a memory of revelation, then I'd be able to do it anyways. Because it just says at least 1 lesson. So if I can get away with 1 lesson, I will. Is there anything I can do with this Heart 4, Sky 4? That needs Grail, that needs Nectar. Heart 4, yeah, I don't think I can, because all of my evolution stuff I've already done. Are there any books that I could read with this? Heart 4, Sky 4, or my Heart and Sky books? I should have thought about that before. Or using my health and Faust. Well, live and learn. Do I have any really easy ones I can knock out with just this memory? Forge, Nectar, Moth, Rose, Knock, Moon, Edge, Winter. Is this all winter? That's all winter. Grail, Lantern, Scale. More scale. Why are my scales spread out like this? 4, 6, 8, 6, 10. Go up here. 8. This was heart or sky. We have heart. Heart 4. Okay. Do I have no sky books? I have no sky books. Interesting. Okay. Well, I've already read this. Why is this here then? Okay. Well, let me stick this over here to reread later. Can I swing a heart 8? Do any of these have heart? I think it's just health. What about my skills? Do I have any heart skills? Or, so is heart and sky. Heart or sky skills. Although I don't have any sky books. Heart 1. Sky 2. If I had that health ready, maybe I could, but that's on me. 0 sky books, really. Let me throw this down here. Oh, here's some more unread books. Stick these down here. Oh, thank goodness, they actually started showing you. This is exactly what I've been asking for every time I've played, is I wish it would show you what was fatigued, and now it does. Okay, so... Okay, I think I needed a heart 3, so this would not have been enough. So, man, there's just nothing I can really do with this, unfortunately. Maybe I can craft with it. Let me see if I can craft real quick. Memory of Storm... This, then just some effort. Regensburg Balm, sure. Keep disease at bay, that sounds helpful. Alright, that's something useful to do with this very powerful memory. Oh, and I should still be working. Medicine should smell like this, reassuringly off-putting. Regensburg Balm, an invaluable herbal cure introduced to Hush House by the physician Natan after his exile from Regensburg. Alright, Heart 2, Nectar 2, it's something. Let's do some more work. Oh right, I did this before. What did I get out of this? I'm gonna sit and watch this, so I must have just collected it without thinking. I've learned something. Something useful? Too early to tell. Memory of Fear, Edge and Scale. Sure, I'll take on with that. Edge. Arab at... What's this place called? Sweet Bones? Take notes of that. It's useful. That must have been why I remember there was one day I just had a whole bunch of memories. That was probably one of them. Unfortunately, that fatigued my Arab, but Oh well. I have snow. Sky 3, winter 3. Then I also have this, which I already read. Right? Oh, yeah, I was going to reread it, I think. I can't remember. Oops. So, Sky 3, Winter 3. I don't have any Sky books. Let me check my Winter books. Winter 4. Do I have any Winter? Yeah. Boom. Easy. And then let me make more money. Look, as long as I use like that daily memory, then I'm fine with whatever I do throughout the day. Because this is kind of the only thing that can really be wasted, it seems. So like if I use up all my FOST and can't read books or explore a house or something, then that's fine. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Herselt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Herselt early in the writing of the book, but Herselt later became suspicious. It seems related to a different book that we read earlier about how they broke up over a differing interpretation about some god or hour or name or something. Herselt identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. Lesson Snow Stories. The Memory of Hindsight. This is Scale and Winter. Okay, this book is Winter 2, An Introduction to Histories. I already have a Winter 2 book, so I will just keep this one in the already read pile. That actually reminds me that I kind of need two different piles. But that's fine. I'll do that later. Then I can consider this to acquire a lesson. Snow Stories, which is bird song or hushery. Music, riddles, miscellanea, less a wisdom, more a body of gossip hallowed by accretion, a sniffy scholar once remarked. I don't think I have bird song yet. So let's get that. Where'd it go? It's here. Go away. And hushery is... I'll need to evolve this. Tryst. Good. So now these are linked. So if I ever want to evolve via birdsong, I'll have to evolve my Tryst there, which is fine. Okay, progress. Love me some progress. Let's keep reading. Almost never contaminated. Getting money. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Illopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. Sky 4. I've got that Sky book I've been looking for. Let me read this to see just if there was anything that I wanted out of it. This was just another memory of revelation, so this goes in the unfortunately not useful pile. I don't think I can read this without a weather card. But let me take a look. I don't think I have any sky. That's sky 2. Yeah, I would need some kind of sky-related memory. Okay. I'll keep that in my inventory. Just because it's a very low-level book that should get me a new skill. I guess I can risk Trist now, because I have 2 of them. I could also just wait until tomorrow. See, that's rarely contaminated. Pink is rarely contaminated. Yellow is occasionally contaminated. Green is sometimes contaminated. Interesting that there are some that say that they're like effective against corruption. How do I remove corruption from books? Examine, appreciate, catalog. So that needs to be soul. This needs to be memory. This needs to be memory. So how do I... I can just upgrade stuff in my... just from consider? So then can I... So... So this is tied to Trist. Oh, this will be... Oh, this is upgrading the skill. Oh, of course, right. But... So these need to be lessons and the skill, but... So how do I purify... How do I use... How do I remove corruption from books? Does it need to be a book that I've already read and know is corrupted? Not read necessarily, but cataloged? Because I'm pretty sure I have some of those. Sthenic Taint. Can affect your shaft and health. You remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 knock. Can't consider it. Wait, really? I can't even try to read it. So I have to find... Or... Oh, it might just be because it's written in Deep Mandaic. Okay. Do I have any other cursed books that I can potentially read? Oh, it just keeps a record of who read each of these books. Interesting. That's written in Latin. Written in Ericapean. Sanskrit. Anything cursed in any way? No, I have like 4 books that have cursed me, I'm pretty sure. What is going on? Very loud screeching tires outside. Fifth Eye Curse. Consider this skill? Fet and Fost. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 heart. I don't know, I can do 7 heart. Alright, well I guess that's something to figure out later. A growing list of things I just don't understand about how it works in this game. It's fortune telling. This is also fortune telling, sure. I can try and pop open another book, I suppose. So I think these books are dangerous, but I think all of these books are okay. Can I? No. Almost never. Cool, so these just happen to be kind of lined up in order of danger. The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor, apparently, even written. Interesting, so it's from a different history. This is Lantern 6. I can do that. I have another storm, so if I need heart or sky... Heart. I needed heart for maybe breaking that curse? I think I needed 7. There's 6 right there. Do any of these... I think I've got a couple that help correct stuff. That's Lantern and Sky. This is Heart. Okay. I will try that in a minute. See if I can purify that book with all this stuff I got. Ah, that still fatigued my Fet. Oh well. Got enough to hire somebody, so I suppose I might as well try. Still going. The law goes back all the way to the stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequences that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course a key is no more physical than a spirit. But a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. Interesting. As far as that capital S stone, I remember from Cultist Simulator that there's kind of a storyline of the gods, and like the original gods, or at least the oldest known ones, were called the gods of stone. And then other gods came along called the gods of blood, who basically killed, I think, all but one of the gods of stone and took their place. And then I think there was another generation of gods after that too. I don't remember what they were called though. So this law, if it's all the way back to stone, is just ancient. So the Lygians hold the keys. I had thought the Lygians only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky. But I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin who unite what is not to be divided might accept a Lygian as her name. More vocab here. The crime of the sky, I believe, is basically attempting to reproduce. And I think if you become spiritually powerful enough, there is a point where reproduction basically causes insanity and I think cannibalism. So people who walk the occult path far enough are basically forbidden from reproducing. So these Lygians apparently do that anyways. Let me see. And then a name is basically in the hierarchy of cultiness, there are long, which are basically okay. Well, first there's adepts, I think is the term they use, which is just somebody who was introduced to occult stuff. Somebody who has achieved immortality is called a long. Above a long is a name, which is basically described as an emanation of an hour, which is basically a god. I'm not sure what it would mean to like accept a Legion as your name, but since all that stuff is capitalized, it implies that it's the vocab stuff, not just lowercase n name, like what their name is. Lesson: Glazieri and Lightsmithing and Confounding Parable. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Abbas Nona. This is Moon and Rose, both 2. This is memory, right? Oh. Moon, Rose, and Sky. Okay, that's very good. Moon, Rose, Sky. This is the Locksmith's Dream in Cursus. I haven't been able to get any Rose or Sky memories yet, so it's very good. It's even rank 2 in all of them. Okay, I'm definitely keeping this book. Stick this up here. I don't think I've reread this one. I think I wanted to read it and see what it got me. Let me first get a new skill. Then I hired somebody. Oh no, I just worked. Oops, I meant to hire somebody. How much foes do I have left today? Down to my last one. Okay. Hold off on hiring. Glazieri and Lightsmithing. Break a window. What have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon? Natalia Brulo. This is Lantern and Sky. Good. And it is Illumination and Ithistry. I don't think I can place on either of those. Ithistry is... Okay, yeah, this would need to be either rank 2 for Ithistry or rank 3 for Illumination. So that'll have to wait. It is... I already had a Sky skill, so not terribly useful, but good to have. Chandlery. Skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. Okay, that's probably helpful. Moon, Rose, and Sky. Ah, that's so good. And this is Heart and Sky. I have a Sky book. I have a Sky book. Let me read this. Oh, not talk. Consider. Okay. Still on the lookout for a lantern memory. And yeah, I'm just gonna work for the rest of the day. Get more cash. Shame to waste this, but I can get it back anytime, which is just so nice. Alright, this was the Perugian Diaries, which were Christopher Elopoulos' book. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Elopoulos served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good. Certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part, almost amicably." Interesting. Elopoulos left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of his better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. Fucine, I know, is an old language, so I wonder if that's related to Lake Fucinus. We have a cheerful ditty, a rousing little rhythm, heart and sky, and oh, it's a sound, so I should be able to use it with that piano, I think, or organ. Lessons, strings, and songs. Okay, many exciting things happening. And then this is my sky book. That got me, what was it, Heart 2 and Sky 1. Let me add that to my notes. I already have Heart 2, I already have Sky 2, so this is actually not useful as far as generating memories goes. Stick this in the useless pile. And then let me check out this cheerful ditty first. I guess actually, yeah, being able to generate music might be useful. So let me hold on to this after all. What was this one, right? Yeah, the Erugian Diaries. I'll stick this in the helpful room, which was up here. So just because it's the only sound I've made so far. Just hang on to that note. Now, where's that organ? Here you are. So if I stick this... One of these needs music, I think. So that one needs a sound. Memory. Memory. Does this do anything for me? Heart and sky. Some sky, I guess. Are any of these heart and sky? Sky 2. Sky 2, Sky 2. Okay, well, this is called Sights and Sensations. That sounds useful. Alright, so is having a sound just another way of crafting whatever I want? Make another awakened feather. And I guess I might as well. It's something I can do with these memories I've got. While I'm doing that, let me consider this new lesson. And work. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Strings and songs. The harmonies of the lower skies are here reproduced. This could be either birdsong or nyctodromy. Those are both already at rank 1, so I can't do anything with this yet. There's another Sky 2 and another Heart. Oh, it's only my second Heart. Soul card. Or, not soul. Skill. Well, that's good to know. Making uneven progress as we go. I should not have used a rev for that. Oh well. It's probably fine. Probably. Alright, well I got another one of these things, whatever these are used for. This is, can I stick you here? Yeah. Remains, material, thing, sky, scale. Alright. An investigation of a foundered country, subtitled Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. This is Moon 4. Can I swing that? Oh, what? It's readable. Oh, phonograph record. Readable only in the broadest sense. Find a phonograph to play this. I found a phonograph, right? I think it was up here. I think I found a phonograph. I know I found a projector. Maybe I didn't find a phonograph. I just looked over everything a little bit ago. I keep forgetting I have you. Cooperative, comfort, beast. Alright. Keep that in mind. This is a mirror scope. Astrolabe. Telescope. Any music lovers in this house? Got a phonograph? Anywhere? It's the book wheel. This is where this game gets a little confusing. It's just hard to keep track of all the stuff you've found. Speaking of which, here's a couple of books that I just lost track of. Grab these. Guess I'll just keep reading. I guess I haven't found a phonograph. This desk vagabond. So I guess I'll just keep looking through rooms if I can. What's this all about? Oh wait. Yearly stipend. Oh, it's spring. Iron spintria and a £1 note. Okay. Neat. Well, I have money to hire people. That's good. It's my last post, so hopefully it's not needed. This is Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Barrow's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp Expunge. Oh, Sky 10. That's going to be a while. Also a phonograph record. Let me find a shelf for these. It's just that. Hey! Boom. Oh, that one was Moon. You go... Oh, jeez. Running out of space for everything! This is Edge. Stick you up here. Stick you with the other Moon books. Not enough room? Oi! Okay. That's frustrating. Alright, you need a bigger shelf. So let's... Stick you over here. Stick you up here. I'll stick all my Moon books. Those are very different zoom levels. I'm sure there's one in between. Unread Moon books go up here. Then Edge will go over here. Then I think I'll wait until that dude gets hired. See if I can make some progress. Alright, you are Winter, Moth, and Sky. Okay, I can use Sky. But... do I have a useful thing? I have Winter 2 and Moth 2. Can I use either of those? Winter 6, okay. Let me hire this guy and we'll get some work done. Then... okay, nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. Okay. What do you want? You're interested in Forge and Moth? I think I can swing either of those. Let me just get this guy to work first. We were doing Moth, right? Winter? Okay. So... oh, that's... Moth... this is Winter. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Okay. I'm gonna stick you... is it here? Yeah. Gonna clear this out for me. Gloomy Stare. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigad has withdrawn her favor now, and a chillness waits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. Then I can talk to you. What do you want? There's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. Okay, I don't think I have it. Oh, Spintria. Tutoring. Okay. How can I know about that? I can just, okay. That's good, that'll unlock languages. I will take that, please. Finish off my very cold tea. Okay. Glorious Stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Sons, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any Orthodox version. It has, of course, been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also held a copy of the long-suppressed Shuritic version of the book. This is from the Solar Gothic period. We have a Shrine to the Madrigad. The Madrigad is the hour which cannot be unbalanced, which quells and quiets, which comes before the sun. I can evolve via Ithistry. What do I have with Ithistry? I have Glazier and Lightsmithing, but this isn't tied to a skill yet, or a soul. Inks of Revelation, which is tied to foes. Oh, that's good. I should be able to... Nope. Why doesn't that work? Skill. Oh, it has to be Forged Sky or Winter. So I need a skill with Forged Sky or Winter and Ithistry. This has Sky and is Ithistry, but it's not tied to a skill, so it's not useful. This is an Ithistry, so why did it just light up? It didn't, okay. This one is Ithistry, but also not tied to a skill. Okay, so I guess this isn't terribly useful to me at the moment, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to level up some of these other skills first and tie them to a skill card. I've been waiting for this. Yeah. Why did I want this? I wanted this, and I wanted to be able to read another book to generate a lantern memory. Was it just so I could read something? It might have been. Oh, no, so I could upgrade this. Okay. Good news, good news, good news. Lantern, it is the Locksmith's Dream's Stolen Reflections. Where did I put that? This one. I'm gonna read this. That's gonna generate a memory with Lantern 2. Then I can use that lantern, that memory, and the Sunny memory. And I should be able to upgrade my Watchman's Paradox. Yeah. All the game mechanics are coming together. So let's see. So I need to consider Watchman's Paradox, one lesson, one memory, another memory. I don't have any Faust. Oh no. Can I use this? I can, okay. Whew. Awesome. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Alright, and that saves me a lesson, which is huge. Skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So this is now Lantern 4, Sky 3. Awesome. Can I now... I guess I can't do it now because my Faust is all fatigued, but I think tomorrow, once they regenerate, I can try and read some other books that I couldn't before. And I assume this is just gonna need... yeah. So now I would need 3 non-lesson lantern memories in order to upgrade this with a single lesson, which might not be doable. but we'll see. And at some point I'll probably get more Watchmen paradoxes anyways. That's good. We're making progress. That's going to unlock some books for us, I think. It's night, so let me go ahead and toss something in here to make some extra cash. I'm going on cash right now because I just got paid. Oh, gold spintria. Gold spintria displays scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on their reverse side. Interesting. Learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. I can use and improve this like any other skill. Oh, this is a skill. Ramsund. This language has been called Bantik Altair and Lenga Alcel and the speech of birds and Ramsund and the hazelnut tongue. But it's a language of secrets, and its true name may never be used. The aviform owls use it at their roost, or so the story goes. There's some description in a book somewhere from Cultist Simulator that says that there are certain hours, which are basically gods, which take the form of birds and then meet up somewhere to gossip. Okay, interesting. Preservation bird song. It's a language, skill, sky, moth. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind, that I can just pay visitors to teach me languages. Very good to know. I'm gonna need some kind of skill, right? Matching power aspects. So what, sky or moth? So can this be any lesson? I'll have to experiment with that later. I assume the lessons had to match, but I guess it doesn't say that. Anywho, let's see if I can read any new Lantern books. This is Lantern 10. Might not be able to do that without some kind of memory, but... actually, I guess... not. I guess this actually hasn't improved my Lantern at all, because I already had Inks of Revelation at level 3. Oh well. Drink some water, because boy, my throat is getting sticky. Let me see. Yeah, I would need something with Lantern 4. Okay, but I'll keep that in mind to keep trying improving that stuff. Until then... Let me focus on opening rooms. Because, like, if I can get a phonograph, I can read a couple of books. Clouds. Moth and Moon, not very helpful. Then I will be able to read a couple of books if I find a phonograph, or if I can find a workstation that I can use to upgrade my Fost, then I might be able to increase my aspects that way. So, let's see who's around. Then we also cautiously pop open more books. Just need to make sure not to use my last Fost in case I need it. Have a consulting engineer, Forge, Sky, and Lantern. Sky. Can I get him Sky 2? Sky 1. Not with Soul. Lantern 8. I wonder if I can... I'll try that. He can probably help me with something. But I wonder if I can just dump multiple of the same... Do I even have 2 posts available? I guess not. Alright, well let me read this first. De motu corporum vetitorum. The author rejoices in the name of Abelard Hubris, and the title might be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De motu corporum, published some 20 years previously. This is a Sky 10 book. That's not happening for a while. Stick this on my Sky shelf. It's you, right? Yeah. Let me see what I can give to you to make you stronger. Cannot give skills. I can give memories or soul, certain items. Alright. So you have Forge Lantern Sky. Can improve your Sky by 1. Your Lantern by 2. This looks like a very large room with something huge in the middle. I want to get this open. So let me see what I can give you as far as Lantern goes. You only need 2 to be able to upgrade that. So let me see. Give you a beverage, a memory. I don't have any fitting ones. Fuel, sustenance, or tool. Do I have anything by way of sustenance at all? I think the only sustenance I found was that bread. I'm not seeing any. Nothing in the infirmary. Where's the infirmary? There it is. I don't think I really have any. Alright, let's find you... How about fuel? Found a few things with fuel. This has fuel. What are you? That's Lantern 1. Lamp? Lantern 1. This isn't fuel, that's light. What's fuel? These lights. Lantern 1. Lantern 1. Lantern. I see Lantern 2. It's not too much to ask, right? What's this? It's turpentine. Alright, how about a beverage? We need Lantern 2 beverages. Lantern 2, Glass Finger Toxin. What is within, without, what is without, within. Poison sacred to the votaries of the Meniscate. Is this gonna kill him? He doesn't have like a... like any kind of poison aspect. Let me look at my other beverages first. I want to give him something described as a poison. It's also knock 4, which seems valuable. That's Grail. Forge. And lots of drinks. There's another poison. Arsenic. Edge, lantern, winter thing, material. So it's not... They're not saying that it will kill him, but it seems like giving him arsenic described as a beverage. That doesn't seem wise. There's so much stuff with Lantern 1. I mean, I guess I could maybe give him... I'm not sure if I can give him just two... Can I give him 2 drinks? Oh! Oh, this is all one object. Okay, I thought it was 3. Lantern... That's more... more toxin! I guess one thing I could check. I can give him a soul card, and then I'll see if I'm allowed, like if it just has the option for another soul card. If it does, then I can assume I can just give him two objects. So I can give him more soul. Not this. That's, yeah. Cannot be malady or fatigue. But I can just hand him a couple of candles, I think. So here's a candle. And offer him a candle. And then I can hopefully give him a second one. Every candle has its shadow. Okay. Then let's give him another candle. A light for dark places. Each assistant can only benefit from 1 in a day. You may be able to find or craft more powerful candles another time. Okay. So I can't give him a second candle, but I can hopefully give him a beverage. That is not poisonous. Do I have any non-toxic lantern beverages? That's a liquid, but it's not a beverage. That's ink, right? Yeah, let me stick this on a desk so I can find it later. It's a desk. Oh man, just having to sort through items is a bit of a trial in this game. Beverages. I think I checked all these. I might, after this, off-stream, do some reorganizing. That's not going to be terribly exciting to watch, but it is becoming more and more necessary just as the house gets bigger. I don't remember if I had any Lantern 1 drinks. It's just like there's arsenic. I can't give it to him. Why not? If it's not a beverage, why is it getting highlighted? It was not. Okay. I'm crazy. I was probably hovering over the liquid instead of beverage. Alright, here's a Lantern 1. C&H Second Flush Assam Pot. Tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. I think I have just a cup of it over here. Alright. Here, a nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Alright. Wait, he's already Lantern 8. How did that happen? Or is that after giving him this? I'm pretty sure it was after, okay. I am going crazy. Down to the Grushians, whatever that means. Alright, now that you are Lantern 8, finally, you can open this. Wind-prowled gallery. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered, and only the wind walks here now. Okay. While that's happening, let me pop open some more books. And also, I can make some money. This gets me memories. Let me see if it's always the same one. It's been a memory of fear every time. Or both times I've done it so far. The 5 Letters on Memory, Julian Cosley's epistolary treatise on matters memorial and mnemonic, addressed to his then friend Claude Hirsalt, the mystic and antiquarian. So, yeah, Cosley and Hirsalt are the two who had the falling out. I was thinking it was a third person, but no, it's the same two. I was thinking of Illopoli, who was associated with somebody else. This is Winter 6. I don't think I can do that, but let me take a look. It's Winter 2. And there's another Winter 2. Do I have better than that? I don't think I do. And then I would need some kind of memory of winter. Can I get a memory of winter? I'm taking notes for a reason. 12 letters of consequence. Yeah, I can do this. Okay. That should be one of these. 12 letters of consequence. Let me reconsider this. And then I should be able to read that book. Everything's coming together. Oh, this is open. Alright, Windlit Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of the De Wolfs and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. All those times are long gone. This is a house of echoes now. Fun fact, in another game that is not by Weather Factory, but by, I think the writer for Weather Factory, somebody associated with Weather Factory, used to work for a company called Fail Better Games, which makes Fallen London, which is a also kind of cult-y themed browser game. I just thought of it because the currency in Fallen London is echoes. Alright, what do we have here? Gideon de Wolf. The bust is terracotta, brightly painted. There's a driftwood fragment. A harp. Instrument, sunset harp. I've been a string in a harp, disguised for 9 years in water, in the foam of the sea, the battle of the trees. Okay. This is a workstation. Oh, evolve via birdsong. I have a birdsong skill. It's one of the new ones. Which one of you is it? This is birdsong, but I don't think it was committed. This one, attuned to Trist. Awesome. So tomorrow I should be able to evolve my Trist. Good, 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 good. Huge find. Excellent. Eva's locks. A leaf, a flower. Something huge that is just nothing. I have more symbols. Wow, this whole... Yeah, it's like what do you call the front of a church? Not a pulpit, but you know, there's like some pews for the choir, somewhere the preacher would stand. You blank, curious seashell, bookshelf, some books. Ooh, some dangerous books. HMS Karasham, a fourth-rate ship of the line captured by Sebastian de Wolf in the Battle of Quiberon Bay, lost with all hands. I think you could visit the Karasham and Cultist Simulator to get artifacts and such. Windlit workbench, just a miscellaneous workbench. And let me put these away. So tomorrow I should be able to upgrade my Trist. Oh, Memory Foresight. Forge 2, Lantern 1. That's actually kind of bad news because it means that Arab actually gets you just random stuff. Okay, so I'm going to actually delete... Maybe... let me just have this as a miscellaneous thing. Because the way my notes are organized now, I have it just each aspect and then where I can find memories of that aspect. And I had some for edge and scale with using Arab at the sweet bones, but if that's not consistent, then I'm just going to have just its own category since it's random, is what I've found. So I've had scale 2, edge 1, then this is forge 2, lantern 1. And I'm just going to delete this from scale and edge categories. So if I'm desperate, for whatever reason, I can try just throwing my Arab into the sweet bones and see if I get anything out of it. But other than that... what was I up to? Just waiting for tomorrow? I think I need lantern 4 to upgrade something. I was gonna put these books away. Oh, this is... Wait, what? Oh no, are the books random too? 12 letters on consequence. This got me Forge and Winter 2. No, that's right. Why did I do this? What did I need Winter 2 for? Was it a book? Book, this, right? Yeah. Needed this, I needed a memory, then I needed this, and just anything with Winter 2. Is that you? Yeah. Bam. Okay, good. Glad I realized what I was looking for. They were willing to sell me another Winter 6 book. I'll take it. They want 3 for it. I have 6, so sure. Only because I can read it. These are moderately dangerous, so I'm gonna just hang on to those. And then now I should be able to upgrade... Is that here? Yeah. Was it this one? No. Where is that bird song skill that I just got? That one's not tied to anything yet. Is this one? No, that was not tied to anything. Is the one that I'm using right now. Bird song committed. Yeah, okay. Now give me a handful of seconds and I'll be able to take care of this. Got clouds, which are not super useful. The book is partly a practical manual expounding memory palace-like techniques, and partly an exploration of memory rarefied, modes in which sense or experience persist outside a mortal mind. This is an early work, and by Cosley's standards it brims with optimism, even enthusiasm. If books, he suggests, are the memory that does not die, then perhaps with sufficient endeavors, memory's murderer might be contained. So I guess he was theorizing on having a perfect memory. Ooh, new lesson, rhyme and remembrance. And a memory of regret, which I can already get. Or no, it's just, I can recycle it, basically. Okay, so I'm going to consider this new lesson I got, and I'm gonna evolve, I hope, my Trist. Made this skill, need Trist. Where's my other Trist? There it is. Okay, not sure why I didn't stack. Is that enough? Oh, that's enough. Okay. Birdsong. What we were, what we will be. Okay. Rhyme and remembrance. To speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. Looks like we got some scrimshaw bones there. This is birdsong and skolakosophy. Pretty sure I've already got both of those. Yeah, skolakosophy's over there. Let me see if I can use a non-matching memory for something. Persistent, memory, lesson, sky, or lantern. So this needs a lantern. So can I level this up with a Watchman's Paradox? Ah, I just need a lantern memory. Okay. Okay. Oh, and this I can put away. This is winter. Where's my winter shelf? You're moon. You're moon. You're in the wrong place. Over here. This is winter. It says winter 6, 8, 6. So I need a lantern. Stolen Reflections, or Locksmith Stream, Stolen Reflections. Some Cursus, Stolen Reflections. And put my Locksmith Streams together, I think. Just need to consider this, because I use one of my maladies for that. Oh, I got this book. Consider that afterwards. That got me, yep, consistent memory. So now I should be able to consider this a Watchman's Paradox, Memory of Revelation, and a Faust. It works! Okay, they don't have to match the lessons. Awesome! I should have taken a closer look at it to make sure that upgrading is actually going to be useful, but oh well. I learned a lesson in real life, so that's valuable. Alright. Now, can I commit this anywhere? This is Illumination and Ithistry. I can. Ithistry 2. Awesome. More Faust. Okay. But now if I have an evolve with Ithistry, which I'm pretty sure I do, now I should be able to evolve my Faust. Where was that evolved via Ithistry? Was it you? No. That's a desk. It's just 2 desks. Alright. Man, it's so hard to keep track of everything. You were Birdsong. Is it you? Oh, this is Ithistry, but it required Forge, Sky, or Winter, and this is... It's a Sky. Yes! Okay. Do I have 2 Faust available? I do. Does this work? Ithistry will spark my inner radiance. Do I even need these? I don't. Okay. Awesome. Evolving skills makes me happy. Awesome. That was upgraded my Trist. Yes. All right, so that's Moon 2, Moth 3. All the pieces are coming together. And I should be able to read this, right? So I can use this Memory of Regret again. Yeah, that is Winter 2. It's Winter 6, so I just need my Trist Plus, and then just anything with Winter. So Let's see here. This should work. Not enough. Wait, what? This has winter too. This has... Oh, that's Moth and Moon. I thought Trist was winter. Hold on. Oh, is that Whist? That's Whist. I don't have what I need. Okay, well I can make more memories of regret later. That's fine. I'm gonna take 1 second. I'm gonna see. I've been getting some pings on Discord. I'm just gonna make sure there's nothing important. Okay. Looks like I'm good. Alright, waiting for that Fost to upgrade. Just need a memory for tomorrow. Let's just get some work done. Make some money. Oh, I can also pop up in a book, I suppose. Just to not waste the time. Oh, do slow. Oh well. Gales, Heart and Sky. Good. Key of Night. The deliberations leading to a manifesto of the worms of a scale, as recorded around 1900 in the Bar Vienna, in the cellar of the Hotel Ciervo in Noon. Noon, I believe, was a city of immortals, if I'm recalling correctly, from a cultist simulator. This is Scale 6. Might be doable. Let me take a look. Maybe not. I don't have any Scale Soul cards. Do I have any... Scale 1. Wow, yeah, I do not have much by way of scale. I don't think there's even any scale weather things. I know there's Lantern. This is Heart and Sky. I know there's Edge from Hail. I think like Rain brings Nectar. I don't remember getting any scale anything though. Oof. Okay. Well, where are my scale books? Nectar, Moth, Rose, Knock, Forge. Yeah, this is all winter. Grail. That's Lantern. Here's all my untranslated scale stuff, including something scale 4. Yeesh. Alright, that's something to think about. I need to find a way to get some scale. But what did I need? I need winter again. So winter was 12 letters of consequence. Traveling at night 1, traveling at night 2. Oh, it's Roman numeral 12. Okay. Okay, consider that. I got my cash. I'll take that. I will... Have I already used all my Fost for the day? Ooh. Oh, right, I'm upgrading to them. Speaking of which, there it is. Fost Plus. Nice. So there's some extra Lantern. And then just the knowledge that I can use unmatching lessons is huge. Alright. Oh yeah, this was just for the memory. Put that back. Then we read this. And winter. Nice. And let me hire somebody if I can. Actually, Actually, do I even have the ability to make somebody useful? What do I need? I need heart 5, scale 5, heart 6, sky 6, scale 6, knock 6. So I would specifically need a sky person for this room. Well, let's give it a shot. After that, I have to start getting more creative with how I equip people to help me. You are not what I need. All right. Hey, what's up, Worried Brat? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. And oh, hello, Misa Mochan. Also, thank you for the raid. Were you guys streaming together? Sour cream for the Brat stream. Oh, thank you for the sour cream. Love that stuff. Cool cats in the house. Time for an energized Misa raid. Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Hello, Raiders. My name is Perky. I am the absolute bare minimum low effort Amogus streamer. As you can see from my absolutely superior quality VTuber model. That is literally 2 aspects and 1 warp field, whatever they're called in the VTuber maker. My streaming general categories and such are all very much a work in progress. So I stream everything from Soulsborne games to cozy games. Currently working on Book of Hours. This is the sequel, or not exactly a sequel, but it's related to a game that came out a while ago called Cultist Simulator, which is just this really cool, really well-written game about creating and running a cult. So I'm still kind of figuring out what I want to do streaming wise. And obviously still getting my VTuber model figured out. Also, I described Cultist Simulator, but not Book of Hours. Book of Hours is kind of related to Cultist Simulator in that it's very, very culty and ethereal. You are the librarian who is restoring an old burned down library and finding all of these eldritch tomes and trying to figure out just stuff in general. Yeah, if you love niche stuff like that, okay, I can't promise you to love Cultist Simulator. Cultist Simulator is very divisive because it is... Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours are both very impervious game as far as mechanics go. They deliberately make it very hard to understand what you're doing or how to do anything, and deliberately do not come with tutorials. Because the idea is, if you're delving into occult rituals and stuff, you're not supposed to feel like you know what you're doing. It's not straightforward, and you can just fail and die out of nowhere. So, yeah, not problematic, like morally problematic. It's just, you need a certain quality to enjoy them. I enjoy them because I thought it was fun to beat my head into the wall and figure out how stuff worked. But that's absolutely not everybody's cup of tea, and that's not an elitist thing. It's just they made a cool game their way, and I appreciate it. Very press X to Sean. I'm not sure what that means. Was that old game Something Rain? Sean. Yeah, I never played that, but yeah, if that sounds interesting, definitely check it out. They're definitely unique games, if nothing else. Book of Hours came out just a couple weeks ago. So I'm still trying that out. Been loving Potionomics, so this looks quite interesting. Yeah, I've only seen a little bit of Potionomics. I think it's kind of... It has similarities. Mess up when someone dies, you can't go back. Yeah. Cultist Simulator, it is very much you're built to fail and learn from your failures. Hopefully you learn from them. Sometimes it's very confusing. Yeah. Very understanding why people might dislike them. But I forgot to do I'm being rude. If you guys have to go or anything, because if you guys just finished your stream, you got to go take care of your own things. Please, peace for feet. Don't feel like you need to stick around and talk to me. I definitely appreciate that you guys brought by. Worried Brad, I know I've seen you on Twitter. I don't think I've had a chance to catch any of your streams yet. I hope I'm following you. Am I following you? Let me look real quick. Yes, I'm already following you. Okay, good. I'm not familiar with Misamo-chan. Let me throw you a follow real quick. I told you I'm still figuring out this streamer thing. I have some tools. Hold on. I have a shoutout command now. Let me throw this here. Misamo-chan. Bam! Alright, I think literally all of my viewers are people who just came from your raid, so I don't know how useful it's for me to tell my followers go check you guys out, but one more time, just like, oh yeah, see me a lot on Twitter. I don't post too much aside from just when I'm streaming, but hey, I'm getting recognized, and that's what counts. Feel free to my latest addition to my stream to make it more of an actual stream are the sound alerts. So they cost nothing because I'm not an affiliate yet and literally can't charge for them. I just have to trust people to be responsible with them. Anyways, oh god, I already somehow lost track of chat. Oh right, I did catch one of your streams with the yeah. You were watching the stream about like what was it, like how to be a good housewife or something like that from like the 50s or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Feel free to lurk. I'm just gonna get back to the game one more time. Thank you guys for the raid. Really appreciate it. All right. What was I doing? Oh gosh, I had just managed to read a book. If you have no familiarity with this game yet, reading books is surprisingly difficult for a game about books. Because the way kind of the magic in these games works is that everything has certain aspects to them. So those aspects might be very obtuse things like this book has, let me see. It has an aspect of, let me see. It has Winter 6, just the 6th grade of the Winter aspect. And there's others like we have here, the Moon, Forge, Lantern, Knock, things like that. And if you want to read an occult book, you have to somehow match the power of that book in order to read it. So this book has a Mastery Winter 6, Mystery Winter 6. Mastery means that I've conquered it. So you have to be able to provide some knowledge, skill, raw effort, companionship, something that carries that aspect with it in order to read and understand the book. So I've read maybe around not even 20 books so far after like 12 hours of gameplay. So let's take a look at what this book said. So this book's summary, before I could read the book, this was called Kion at Abydos. It is a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. In English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. And after I read it, I learned the entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty. But in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Kion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. And yet all the books are always just really impenetrable stuff like that. There is clearly some kind of spiritual truth to what we were just told. There was some power called Kion that was defeated, but exactly what that means for the occult world is always just a little difficult to decipher. I said earlier before the raids that I think my favorite part of Cultist Simulator was just after beating it, going through the wiki and just trying to connect all the dots from all the books. So after reading that book, I got a lesson in snow stories, which is a skill, and a memory of regret, which I think I might have, I actually used this to read the book. I mentioned you have to provide certain influences. One of the influences that I had was just this memory that I got from reading another book, which carries 2 units of winter influence. Another challenge of this game is just organizing stuff, because you can see I have just this huge map of this house that I'm slowly clearing my way through. And just every room just has some stuff in it that may be useful, maybe isn't. And I'm still kind of figuring out how I want to sort all my books. So if this got me a memory of regret, then this is actually not particularly useful to me. Books will consistently provide... If you read a book, you get some kind of memory that provides you with some amount of power. But I already have a book up here that provides me with this memory of regret. So if I ever need one of these, I can read one of these books up here. Over here, I just have... These are other books that I've already read that do not provide anything useful. These are books that I have not read yet, because I don't have enough of the relevant influences to read them. Then down here are books I haven't categorized yet, because that's its own thing. And then this is just an extension of these bookshelves down here. Alright. So, continuing on, let me... so one of the mechanics are going to be difficult to explain as I go on for anybody who hasn't played this yet. Basically, my inherent abilities are divided between these soul cards, which are described as like the 9 elements of the human soul. These are themselves very dense. Like, health is straightforward, and that's it. Health provides me with the heart influence and the nectar influence, which seems to be with... I haven't quite gotten this figured out. This is new. And it seems to have to do with kind of nurturing and providing growth, versus heart, which is more concerned with like health and constitution. All of the other soul cards seem to be something really obtuse. So like we have one called Trist, which is just called Change and Longing. And this just has the element of moon and moth. And we have Faust, which I have a lot of, which is Lantern and Sky. It is called Sight, Perception, and Inspiration. All the glory's gifts. And it's hard to keep track of just what these are and what they do, just because they have these strange names like Faust and Trist and Whist and Fet. And a couple of them have been damaged because reading occult books is dangerous. So one of my Faust cards and one of my Fet cards have received maladies and are significantly less useful. Aside from soul cards, I also have these skill cards. These are not necessarily anything that I can do the way you would think a skill would work. Skill is just kind of another category. And kind of one of the major ways I've been progressing has just been upgrading this. So like a level 1 skill, like Auroral Contemplations here, provides 2 Lantern and 1 Edge. While I have a level 2 skill, Glazery and Lightsmithing, which gives me 3 Lantern, and level 3, Inks of Revelation, gives me 4 Lantern. So I'm slowly improving my ability to decipher Lantern texts by upgrading my skills. The way you upgrade your skills is by reading books and acquiring lessons, and then you can apply lessons with relevant influences to a skill to try to improve it. It's a very long, very, very difficult process that's taking a long time. This is definitely a very slow, methodical game. But one major breakthrough that I had earlier was that I thought that lessons could only be applied directly to their skill. So like I have this lesson Snow Stories and a skill Snow Stories. I thought I had to use lesson Snow Stories to improve skill Snow Stories, but that is not the case. I can actually use this lesson Snow Stories to improve any skill that requires moon or winter. And you can see when I hover over these various things on the screen highlight. So like you can see if you look at my skills, a few of them highlight whenever I hover over moon. That shows that has the moon influence on it as well. So I can actually use this lesson to highlight putrefactions and calcinations, or rhyme and remembrance, or Snow Stories. And same with winter, can improve any of these other ones that have winter on it. Whew. So that was a lot. So one of the big things I'm doing is just going through, reading books. They give me lessons, they give me memories, they give me things I can use to improve my skills. And one of the other major things I'm doing is just trying to clear open rooms, which I need help to do. So I'm just going to unpause. I have thoroughly lost track of what I'm actually doing. So I'm just going to... oh, I was hiring people. You have... Alright, this guy has the elements. So this is... I'll show you just a little bit. I showed you this is the library I'm clearing out. I'm the librarian who owns this whole place now. And across the bridge is just this town, which is a handful of buildings, and the main one is the inn that I can use to hire help. And then hired help can help me clear out rooms. But every type of person that you can hire, like this is a musician, they all have their different influences that they are strong with. So this guy has strong sky, rose, and nectar influences. I know what those icons are. They're not, nothing's highlighting. And then each room has influences that it requires. So if I want to clear out this ruinous hall here, they all have very foreboding names like that, I would need somebody who has heart 5 or scale 5. So that musician would not be able to do that because he doesn't have heart or scale. I believe, however, yeah. So this room, the reeking chamber, has, it requires either heart 6 or sky 6. So this guy is actually potentially going to be able to helpful. Everybody you hire has a base value of 4 in each of these, but I can improve them if I help. So I can actually use this Faust card here to help this guy make his sky influence better. So I'm going to go ahead and hire this guy. And then I can actually talk to him with my Faust card. Together, we will be more watchful. So now that I basically invested some of my effort in him, now instead of having a sky influence of 4, now it's sky 6. Now, he can help me explore the reeking chamber. The room reeks like a rotting reptile. The curtains rippled restlessly with the watchful presence that Von Lauren left behind. Perhaps I can find someone to sing them to sleep. Well, a musician seems appropriate for that. And yeah, as I'm uncovering all the rooms in the library and reading, I'm finding a lot of information about both old librarians who used to live here, as well as some other people, primarily this family called the Bancrofts, who used to live here, and all their various activities, occult and otherwise. Alright, so that reeking room ended up being the Mazarine room. Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. So we got a variety of new things in here. Let's see, we have a sunset harp, which I can use to evolve skills via work song. Or sorry, not skills. I can evolve soul cards via bird song, which is a whole other thing. All right, so I mentioned earlier that I can use lessons to evolve skills. I can also use these workstations to evolve my soul cards. So like I have this Faust card that has Lantern 2, Sky 1. I also have this Faust Plus card with Lantern 3 and Sky 2. This is something that I only just figured out earlier. It's been driving me crazy the past couple streams trying to figure out the way it works, because it's a little impervious, like everything else in this game. The way it works is that, so I have this skill tree called the Tree of Wisdoms. The way it works is that I can use my skills to kind of invest in this tree to branch outwards, and every time I basically invest a card in one of these, I get a skill card. That skill card, or rather the skill that I use to invest in the skill card then gets tied to it. So like this skill, Watchman's Paradoxes, is tied to my Faust skill. I can then, this is what I've been working on all day, if I have a workstation that has this evolve via something quality to it, I can, if I have I should have actually shown that. So these are these 9 tracks that all have something like some strange name like Skolakosophy, Nyctodromy, Hushery, or the relevant one now, Birdsong. If I have a card that I've invested in that track, such as this is the Snow Stories card. Snow Stories is now tied to Birdsong. So I can use Snow Stories to evolve the associated skill. So I could use Snow Stories to evolve nothing actually, because you can only do it once per skill, and I've already used Snow Stories to evolve some card. So this is actually not terribly useful for me right now. But if I invest another skill in the Birdsong track, I'll get a soul card, and I can use that skill to evolve that soul card using this Sunset Harp. I also have a Quivering Double Bass, which I could also evolve with Birdsong. What else? A Hallowed Drum, which I can evolve with Preservation, which I also did earlier. I have a Grand Piano, which cannot evolve anything. I can just use it to perform various kind of miscellaneous crafting stuff. So if I fill in, let me see if I can just give this a example. It's like if I throw my Faust in here, this has 5 slots. Each slot has various qualities that indicate what you can put in it. So I just need a soul card. I can put in any soul card in here. So let's put in a Faust. I can put in any skill card. So let me try and put in something that also has Lantern in it, because the general theme is that the higher of one influence you put in there, the more powerful of some result will be. So let's put in, say, I need a skill that is associated with rose or sky. So I'm going to go with Glittering Lightsmithing. This qualifies because it's associated with sky, but I want it because it is also associated with lantern, and I'm trying to up my lantern power in here. So that's enough. I can actually just use these to craft an optical device, which I haven't done yet, a Deer Day lens. And if I want, I can actually also put in more stuff. This is all I need, apparently, but I can put in more cards to try to keep improving my lantern to maybe craft something greater. So let me see what I can do. I need to put in a memory. So I have, every day I get a memory of whatever the weather is, which is nice, and these just have some small, usually between 1 and 4 rank in an influence. So this actually just happens to line up that today was sunny, and that gives me Lantern 2. Inspiration. This needs to be also a memory. The only other memory I have is the Snow Stories, and I don't think... This isn't useful because Snow Stories doesn't have Lantern on it, and also lessons are very rare, and I want to keep them to upgrade my skills. I also use an application. This needs to be an omen, a sound, or a soul card. So I can put another Faust. Okay. For a scholar level recipe, if I add glass, I can distill a more potent lantern liquid. Interesting. So that would need... I'm not sure how the upper level skills work yet. It's definitely something, kind of this crafting process is definitely something I'm still experimenting with and trying to figure out. I'm not sure if I have any of this stuff in the house. I know there's a sound that I can craft using something else. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have anything else. So I'm actually not going to do this. I'm just going to go with the low-level recipe and get this Deer Day lens. And if I find something with the glass quality, I guess, then maybe I can do something more powerful with this. Which room was that? That was this room. Is that everything in here? I think it is. These 4 crafting stations. Oh, and Kitty Mazarine. This bust is carved from black limestone. I've been finding these... It's a lot of statues and busts of different people. And also, strangely, there's this kind of a staircase here that has, you can see these little holes in the wall. These little carve-outs labeled things like the 4th Librarian, or down here there's like the 3rd Baron Brandkrug, these people with titles. And my hypothesis is that if I can find the busts of these people and fill them in properly, something might happen. What that something is, I have no idea. I haven't found any that match yet, so I don't know. This is Kitty Mazarine. That's the first time I've come across the Mazarine name, so I don't think I can do anything with this bust here. However, that crafting is done, and I got Deer Day lens, a fiendishly simple and wretchedly fragile optical device, and it's a lot of stuff. Oh, glass! Okay. Lucent and fragile, even sand may someday be the eye of rock. Interesting. Lens. Thomas de Wolf, called Baron Silence, built the observatory at Brankrug. He was known to pay well, but his requirements were so exacting that no lens grinder would work with him twice. This is a device, a machine that will only operate once. If it's an infernal device, that means it'll explode, so be careful. Well, that's good to know. I'm not going to read all of these, but this is also, it's a tool, it's a thing. It has the qualities of Sky and Lantern 2, as well as Forge and Edge 1. Forge is generally either creating or destroying things. Edge is typically violence. Interesting. So now that I have now that I have glass. Interesting. So this specifically mentioned that I could use glass for a higher level recipe, but I can't put glass in there. Maybe the observatory? Didn't. Because this mentioned the observatory, right? Can I... Okay. So I can use my skills into memory. Here we go. Okay, this is the first time I've done this, actually. So this is actually a second level recipe. So now that I have this glass here and 10 lantern, I can make Ichor Vitreous, still a pale and watchful lantern fluid. Glazieri and lightsmithing with scholar level lantern plus glass creates Ichor Vitreous. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that to my notes real quick. But that seems like a valuable thing to know. I'm afraid you can't see my notes because they're in the Steam overlay, but you'll just have to trust me, I am taking notes. I have no idea what this is gonna do for me, but it's interesting. Now, it's gonna take a minute. Now I'm gonna go ahead and try and categorize some more books. These, they just take a little effort just to, this doesn't read the book, but it just lets me know what the book is. It is mildly dangerous though, because there is a chance that my, whatever skill I use to catalog the book will become corrupted the way these two have. But that is slightly controlled because basically the more recent the book, the less likely it is to be cursed or whatever. So these books, the yellow and green ones, these are like really old books that are apparently very likely to be cursed, while the blue, pink, and green books, I don't have any green ones, are younger and much less likely to be cursed. So this, you can see, this is a Curia period book, which was recent. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. I believe the game is meant to take place in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And Hush House is the library, just for vocabulary's sake. So just by applying just any soul card, you can catalog a book. If it has a curse, it'll get cursed. This one was not cursed. But it'll tell you a little bit about what the book actually is, because you can see the books I haven't cataloged, it just says, it's a book, all right. You know, it's uncatalogued, it's readable, it's a thing. That's all I know about it. Versus now that I've cataloged this one, I know that this is a book called Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the Foulness of Their Depraved Customs. Hieronymus Hypnerotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood of the Knot on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. Interesting. Now, I know this book has a price of 2. There's 2 currencies. There's regular currency, just shilling and pennies and such. And then there's kind of a mystical currency called Spintria. So when this says tally 2, this means I can get 2 Spintria for it. This is written in Greek, which I apparently know, is Mystery Sky 6. So I would need a total influence of 6 Sky to read this book. It is readable, it's a thing, and it is a codex. Pages, covers, spine, knowledge decently tucked away like organs. I'm not sure what that means. Well, let me see. Can I pull off Sky 6? Let me see. Let's see. So if I have my Faust Plus, that'd be Sky 2. Skill-wise, this would be Sky 3, so that'd be Sky 5 total. So I would need some kind of memory that gets me Sky. Let me check my notes. I can get that, yeah. Okay, so the game is played on a day-night cycle. Whenever you use a soul card, it gets fatigued, and then just every dawn, they all get refreshed. So my Faust Plus card, which will get me 2 Sky, is currently in use. Actually, hold on. I have my regular Faust card. That'll get me 1, and then this would get me 3. So that's 4. Okay, I can actually do this. I just need to read a certain book. I need The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus. So that should be up on this shelf. Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections, and Curses. Okay. I've already read this book and gotten the lesson out of it, but if I reread it, I can get a memory out of it. That memory, assuming they're consistent, which I'm pretty sure they are, will have the Sky 2 influence on it. So that gets read. That, interesting, actually doesn't use up my soul. I didn't realize that. But I get this memory called Confounding Parable. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching are all what are called hours, as in Book of Hours. Cultist Simulator has a lot about hours in it, and hours are basically this setting's equivalent to gods. So the moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching are all gods. So now that I have this Confounding Parable, I can read this book, I think. So I'm going to put in my Faust, I'm going to put in this skill, Watchman's Paradoxes, and this parable. Yeah, now I can read the book. Awesome. All right, this was that, yeah, the furious screed against the Sisterhood of the Knot. Hieronymus claims that the powers served by the Sisterhood of the Knot made an arrangement. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him, as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Hieronymus' writing becomes incoherent with rage at this point. Okay, so that's a bit of history of the hours there. So, stuff I know just from Cult Simulator. So, the Thunderskin and the Grail are, well, yeah, so the Thunderskin is an hour, I believe. The Ring Yew was an hour, and let me see, the Grail, what's it called? The Grail is not its full name, but the Grail is effectively an hour. The Grail is also an influence, which is why I'm a little confused. And then the Horned Axe is one. And in the history of the hours, the most ancient hours were called the Gods of Stone. And eventually they were usurped by a new set of gods, called the Gods of Blood. And I believe the only survivor of the Gods of Stone was the Horned Axe. So this book seems to be indicating that the Thunderskin, one of the hours, loved an hour called the Yew, but the Horned Axe killed the Yew as restitution for, I guess, that uprising that killed all the other Gods of Stone. And these are kind of the dots that you connect when you start just like diving into the wiki and all of the books from Cultist Simulator, and you just start building out this really cool, really unique world building in these games. It's that kind of thing that really ties me into these games and why I dive into them. Anywho, second part of the book. Hieronymus recovers his composure eventually to describe how the Thunderskin entered the Mansis through the Peacock Door. This, Hieronymus insists, is abomination upon abomination, but then that most abominable of doors has always been an abomination. The Mansis is another major topic of Cultist Simulator. You spend a lot of time in Cultist Simulator, whereas in this book I'm like expanding the library. In Cultist Simulator, you spend more of your time diving into dreams and exploring this dream world where the gods and sorcerers and spirits live. And in the center of that dream world is a house called the Mansis that you eventually reach and explore and start interacting with various spiritual entities there. It's called the House Without Walls, which is a term that might pop up here and there. So apparently the Thunderskin, that hour that loved the Ring Yew, who was killed, eventually entered the Mansis through the Peacock Door. That's also something you do. There's, I think, 5 doors to the Mansis that you can enter in Cultist Simulator. Regardless, so my foes got fatigued reading it. I get my skill back. I get a memory of intuition. You just know, you know? This is new. All right, so this gives me Moon 2 and Rose 2. I got a lesson in Sky Stories. That's good to know. Let me check. Do I have... Oop, where'd that go? This is Moon 2 and Rose 2. Checking my notes. I actually don't think I have either of those yet, so this is actually really good for me. What was this book called? This was... Oh, such a long name. Okay. One moment while I type this up. Rose against the sisterhood of the knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. Gives me rank 2, and then Moon. It's going to be the same thing. Sorry if my keyboard is super loud. I think I'm the only person who doesn't like having the super mega clacky mechanical keyboard. I got one because everybody recommends them, and now all I can think is, man, I was just thinking we're quiet. All right. So since that book actually gives me a really useful memory when I read it, I'm going to go ahead and put it up here where my other useful books are. I just realized most of the books have like abbreviations as their spines. So this is, Locksmith's Dream 5. This just has the symbol of the Sisterhoods of the Knot, and it's just a big X through it. It's against the Sisterhood of the Knot. Okay. So now that I have this lesson here, I'm going to go ahead and research this. Also, I crafted that ichor, right. Ichor vitreous, a pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is opened. Ooh, interesting. I don't remember what the door in the eye is. That's another concept that comes up. It says Lantern 4. So if I ever need a pigment or a liquid or a thing with Lantern 4, I can toss this into that recipe to power it up. Alright. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Sky Stories. The 9 winds gossip, and sometimes we can listen. This can be associated with birdsong or horamachistry. That's very good. I don't think I have any horamachistry skills yet, so let me take a look at the tree. I think that's this one over here. Yeah, so I can actually apply this. This is very good news. The Tryst. The Pilgrim's Intrigue and the Grail's Scheme. The Sun in Shadow and the Forge Unseen. The Swan King and the Elagabalene. This is horamachistry. So I'm going to assign Sky Stories to horamachistry, and I get another Fet card. Okay. Good, so now I have just another soul card that I can use to apply to things. And then if I get another Fet card, I can use Sky Stories to evolve them together to get another Fet Plus. And then I assume, I haven't gotten this far yet, I assume I have a second Fet Plus that I'll be able to use it to increase both of them together to make like a Fet Plus Plus, I guess. Don't know, haven't gotten there yet. Okay. Next steps, let me see. I can just read another book, I think. Let me pop up another one. Hopefully it'll be as that was a rarely productive book. Most of them I read them and then I just kind of put them on the shelf for later. So that was lucky. And then let me see about hiring somebody. So I'm gonna put this up here. And if I'm lucky, I'll be able to have this person clear out another room for me. This book is A True and Complete Accounting of the Asclepian Mysteries of the Roots of the House. Descriptions of the Asclepian Mysteries reproduced by one Riley Grease from, supposedly, a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes references to the house without walls and its woods right there in the prologue. So I mentioned that the mantis is called the house without walls. Like I said, that term came up right here. What I didn't mention is that kind of the first step towards the mantis is these mystical woods that you have to make your way through. So the fact that what this description is pointing out is that The book appears to be a fake, but the fact that it mentions the very real house without walls and its woods means that it has some kind of mystical value to it. This requires Heart 4. That is hopefully doable. Let me take a look. So I can use my health for Heart. So that's 2. So now I just need a skill with Heart 2. I'm not sure if I have any. This gives me Heart 1. This also gives me Heart 1. So I would need some kind of memory that provides Heart. Let me see if I can manage that. Checking my notes. I have Forge, Winter, Moth, Nectar, Lantern, Heart. Traveling at Night, Volume 2. Alright. Close all that out. So, Traveling at Night, Volume 2. If I reread this, I should get a memory with a Heart 2 aspect, which I should then be able to use to read that book. Also, I have located somebody with Grail, Moth, and Rose aspects. A surrealist painter. So I'm going to check these rooms. I don't think I've been over this, but the way you see these rooms have the like the wrench and hammer over them, indicating that you haven't cleared them out, but they are in reach. Each room has its aspects. So like, I guess I did go over this. So this ruinous hall has heart and scale on it. I don't want to... Okay, so I could help this surrealist painter using my health to increase her heart aspect, but I already want to use this health for reading this book once I've done getting this memory, so I'm not going to do that. I don't think any of my other soul cards give heart. No. So what does she have? She has Grail, Moth, and Rose. So without using this health card, I could get her... so she has a starting value of 4, so I get her Moth 6, Rose 7, or Grail 6. Or actually, so Moth 7, Grail 7... Oh gosh, I'm losing track. Moth 7, Rose 7, Grail 6. So I'm going to check these rooms to see if there's anything that qualifies there. So this is Heart and Scale. Grail 7, I think I can only get Grail 6, yeah. So that's Grail 7. That's Edge 8 and Grail 8. Grail 7, Nectar 7. Knock 6, Scale 6. Edge 7, Winter 8, and stuff up here gets really high level. Yeah, that's a bunch of stuff at level 9. Oh, this is interesting. Oh. Most of them only have 2 qualities. This is 4. Edge, Forge, Knock, or Lantern 6. She doesn't have any of those, but that's good. I'll keep that in mind that I can maybe open this later. That's stuff at rank 9, and that's stuff at rank 9. Alright. So I can actually probably get this open. I know I just said I can only get to Grail 7. That's just using my soul. You can also, depending on who your helper is, you can't actually just give them certain items from the house in order to boost them further. So that's... I try to do that as kind of a last resort because the things in the house are more or less limited. You saw before that I can craft some stuff, like I was able to craft... Oh, wherever I put that thing. That ichor that had lantern aspect on it. I have no idea where I put it. It's fine. But crafting is itself very dense and also itself tends to consume resources. But I think it's worth it in this case, so I'm going to go ahead and hire this lady. I'm then going to speak with her to improve her Grail using my Ereb soul. Pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. My pride will find an echo in theirs. So this will increase her Grail to 6. And then I'm going to see what I can do with her. Also, part of the reason I don't like doing this is just because it's a little tedious. Because, as you can see, stuff is way spread out. And knowing that she can be provided a beverage with Grail to increase her skill is just... There's so much stuff in the house, it's hard to find that. So let me start going through. So, things I can do to improve her skills. I can provide soul, which I just did. You can only do that once, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're already collaborating, so it won't let me provide more soul, but I can provide her with a beverage, a memory, a pigment, a sustenance, or a tool. Keep in mind, they're going to keep or consume anything that I hand them other than a soul card. This was not Grail, so these memories are not useful. Memories are the first thing you want to use for the most part, because unless they have this tag for persistent, then they actually expire at the end of the day. So tomorrow at dawn, these days two are just going to vanish. So if I can use them productively, I will. Unfortunately, they do not have Grail on them, so they're not useful. So let's try and find a beverage. Beverages are very common throughout the house. I just have a lot of them. I could try a beverage or a pigment, I guess, could work. So we're just going to look at all these things that are getting highlighted and look for something with Grail. This has Grail 4. That's kind of powerful, so I'll make a note that I have that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that doesn't... That's Grail 6, so that's even more powerful. Any other beverages in this room? Yes. What do we have over here? Grail 1. That's all I need, right? All right, this is Armac Dis, a glass. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe M. Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from east beyond the sea. Interesting. I'm just going to double check before I make a mistake that this required Grail 7. Yeah. Cool. So I'm going to give her this glass of wine and offer my assistant something to drink. And that will increase her Grail to 7, and then she'll be able to help me bust open that room. Meanwhile, I have read this book, The 12 Letters on Consequence. Julian Cosley's epistolary treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hersalt, the mystic and antiquarian. I've actually found several books about this pair of mystics, Claude Hersalt and Julian Cosley, who used to be friends and collaborators, who eventually has some sort of spiritual disagreement and separated and went their ways. Alright, so in this book, by the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the oneiropolitical worms movement, and Hersalt with the birds, meaning roughly that Hersalt held the order of the hours to be desirable, and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Okay, so Hersalt apparently aligned himself with the current gods, the Hours, while Cosley aligned himself with the Worms, who apparently hate the Hours. The Worms also came up in Cultist Simulator a lot. They're kind of the closest thing to demons that exist, basically. There's kind of this void beneath the world where the worms have just eaten all meaning. And the worms themselves are intensely difficult to kill, and only a couple of hours can actually manage to kill worms. So it's a little worrying that Cosley apparently aligned himself with the worms. Anywho, many of Cosley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats directed at Hersalt. Some are both. Okay. So he's definitely letting his hatred of Hersalt find his way into his philosophy. Also, I just realized this isn't a new book. This is the book that I was rereading in order to get this memory, which has this Forge 1 and Winter 2 influences on them. So that was so I could read, was it this book? Heart. Did I read the wrong book? Forge and Winter. That was volume 2, right? Hold on. Heart, Traveling at Night, volume 2. One moment, technical difficulties. Having it like volume 2. That was not the right book. What book was that? Oh gosh, okay, it was a book about Hersalt and Cosley. Wasn't Locksmith's Dream. 12 Letters on... Okay, yep, I actually literally just grabbed the wrong book. Whoopsie. Let's try this again. Read this. Alright. I just reached for one book and grabbed the one next to it. So, oh well. I have an extra memory I don't need. Alright, and now that painter Down to the Grutians. I don't know what Grutians are. I assume that's some kind of old-timey phrase. I wonder if that means like dregs, and they just means they drank all the wine. But now she can help me explore this room. The Rose-haunted hall. Rose is itself an influence. The rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Interesting. The room is rife with climbing roses tangled into lamps sprawled across the table. The blossoms are deep, deep red, one of those colors not often seen in waking life, and their perfume makes my head swim. Another of Van Lauren's protections or something else? In any case, it'll be arduous, careful work to clear it. The descriptions of these games tend to be very metaphorical, so the fact that this hall is covered with roses, which is an influence, means that this room is somehow going to be related to exploration, enlightenment, hope, something along those lines. There were 9 influences, I think, in Cultist Simulator, and they added a handful in Book of Hours. So there are some influences that I can kind of intuit a meaning for, like moth tends to be associated with silence and secrecy, and like, I mentioned that edge is associated with violence. Rose is one of the new ones, so I'm not quite sure how to interpret the fact that something is associated with rose. Anyway, we reread this book. I got my Memory of Solace, which has the heart influence that I needed. For heaven's sake. So now I can read this book. I can use this Memory of Solace. I can use my Health Plus, and I can use, I think, just anything that has heart on it. Yeah. So now I can read this book. The true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Right, the one that was likely fake, but it mentioned the house without walls, so we were interested anyways. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial, intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors to the human body, with its many portals. That feels grammatically odd. Wait. Substantial, intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors to the human body, with its many portals. I don't think that quite makes grammatical sense, but I guess it's... I don't know. Okay. Something about relating the lack of walls with doors with entrances to the human body. Okay. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through these doors, though key incantations are missing. Okay, interesting. So this is a book that contains rituals to summon creatures, which you can actually do in Cultist Simulator. I haven't found anything that does that in this book yet, or this game yet, though. Reading this book also got me a memory impulse. Doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyways. This gets me Moth and Nectar. Do I have those yet? I have Moth 2... Okay, yeah. I already have other books that get me... I have a book called A Familiar Passage, which gives me the same thing. As well as a lesson in weaving and knotwork. Good, that's a new lesson, new skills. So I'll read that. I'm going to put this book in the useless shelf because it's I already have what I need from it. At some point, I'm going to have to reorganize these useless books because they can actually be used. You'll occasionally get visitors who want to read on a certain topic. So these books might be used for that. But that's quite rare, and I only have a few useless books, so I don't mind that they're unsorted. Right, this skill is weaving and knotwork. He. Valentine de Wolf. How very descriptive. It is associated with birdsong and the bosk. The wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. Interesting. It has heart and moth. I don't think I have anything with the bosk yet, so this is also going to be productive. Yeah. Let me grab this. My inventory is getting a little large now. Yeah. What endures? Cut a thread and the tapestry must be healed. Bosk renews the weave. That got me more health. Good. Okay. Organize that, organize that. So glad they have these auto-organize buttons now. Okay. That is very good. So I only had one health card, so having a second one is very nice. Okay. What else is going on? We have current affairs, so it looks like somebody's going to be visiting me soon. Let me go ahead and crack open another book. And I think it's a new day, so let me hire somebody to see if I can potentially open another room. Oh, actually, I opened this room and never actually looked at it. Okay. This is the refectory. Here the whole curia used to meet. The librarian and the secretary is solvent, vigilant, and enigmatic. Sometimes even the secretary nunciant, though the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there has only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. This was in good times of the good times of the curia's heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silence between their words. So I mentioned that this library used to be owned by a family called the Brancrugs, and I believe it also used to serve as like a monastery or an abbey or something like that. So I'm guessing... So the Curia was apparently just the name of that organization, and I'm guessing like this, secretary, solvent, vigilant, enigmatic, those kind of sound. They kind of remind me of like the names that nuns sometimes have, at least in fiction. I'm actually not sure how that works in real life. But you have like Sister Mercy or Sister Salvation or something like that. It kind of reminds me of that. And a refectory is a room where, like in a monastery where people eat. Although, if anybody here is a fan of the YouTube channel Tasting History, there's actually some funny stories that he goes over about how refectories are used and how they were not supposed to be used. But that you guys can go look that up. Tasting History is a great channel. Super recommend it. It's like 20-minute videos about... I believe the guy is professionally a culinary historian, but he will find like old recipes, cook them, and then also go into the history of that recipe or something that recipe is related to, like monasteries or the Roman military or something like that. Really interesting stuff. Anywho, what do we got in here? We got a mirror. Is this glass? No, wall art. We have a clock, a lot of candles, flowers, just kind of a lot of decorations in the fireplace. Interesting. You can burn stuff. As far as I know, that's just to destroy things, which you generally don't want to do. So I'm not sure what the purpose of fireplaces is yet. This is not a very useful room. The hatching. Human figures crawl from a clamshell. How lovely. Not the most useful room. I think this main purpose is just to unlock other rooms nearby. Alright, here we have a visitor interested in a solar project. Magister Hookabald. Metallurgist gourmet corrupted immortal. And supposedly a long ago king's byblow. Is that a sexual term? I'm not sure. Alright, he has a lot of qualities. He is a visitor. He understands Aramaic, as do I. He understands Phrygian, as do I. He's an occupant, which basically just means that I can assign him to a bed if I want to keep him around for a while. He'll spend the night. He understands Greek, as do I. Understands Latin, as do I. Understands Deep Mandaic, well enough to read or teach. I might go for that. He is interested in Forge, interested in Grail. He's a visitor related to the affair of the Royal Endeavor, as well as the Threshold Revolution. So these are just different events that he stopped by for whatever reason. I'm not entirely certain what this whole event thing is. Looks like the current event is the affair of the Royal Endeavor. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project. one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. Okay, so I guess it's just kind of a seasonal event that causes people interested in forge or lantern mysteries to drop by the library looking for texts related to their interests. So, what I could do is I could talk to this guy. Oh, I got an achievement. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund... Oh, it's just a description. Okay. I guess I just got an achievement for entertaining a visitor related to this event. Anywho. Oh, I talk with him and he says, "And this is what you call summer? Pathetic. Don't make me stand around out here. There's an incident card active. I can discuss it, or I can just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation." So far I found there's 3 options here. Or I guess just 2. I can talk to him about this event, in which case he will request that I give him a forge book of some intensity, intensity 3 it looks like. I probably have one, and then he would actually pay me in spintria, which are used for various matters. One of those matters is, since this guy speaks the language Deep Mandaic, I can actually pay him to teach it to me. And then as you find books, particularly older books, they tend to be in other languages, and if you don't know the language, you can't read the book. So since I have this tutor here who can teach me Deep Mandaic, which is a very old language, I think I might as well have him teach it to me. So I pay him in spintria, and he teaches me a language. I've only done that once so far. I learned Razmund. The language has been called Mantique Altair and Lenga Alcel, and the speech of birds, and Razmund, and the hazelnut tongue, but is a language of secrets, and its true name may never be used. The aviform owls use it at their roosts, or so the story goes. And yeah, that's something that comes up in a book in a cultist simulator, that some of the owls, which are gods, take the form of birds and meet up at a roost and gossip about the other owls. And you can learn secrets by eavesdropping on them. Some of these books, some of the languages you learn are real, like Greek or Latin, and others are made up. And I'm not exactly sure which is which. I'm pretty sure Vac is made up because that's described as being alien in origin. I think Deep Mandaic is fictional as well. Oh, and I've cataloged this book, The Karasham Portolan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. Karasham is a destination in Cultist Simulator that you can visit. This is a Moon 6 book. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to read that, but let me take a look. Do I have any Moon Soul cards? See, that's Moth, Rose, Edge, Grail. These are corrupted. Moth, Rose, Heart, Nectar. That is Lantern, Sky. Moon 2. Okay, so I can use this. And then what Moon Soul, or skill cards do I have? Magaphine Mysteries, that's Moon 2. And then I need 2 more. Interview, this is Moon 1. Alright, can I read a book for Moon 2? Let me check my notes. Moon... Yes, it's that book with a very long title about the Sisterhood of the Knot and all that. So let me grab that off my shelf. Where is it? Here it is. This one. This will get me one of that very useful memory that has like 4 aspects at rank 2 on it. Go ahead and read this. So this will generate that memory that I need. I can use a memory to read the book, and the book will get me stuff. And that's what we're all here for. Now I try to read the book. I use this memory. I use Magaphine Mysteries. I use Trist, I think? Yeah. And that's enough. Then... Oh, I forgot I was looking for somebody to work for me. Alright, so this guy... I'm going to go ahead and wait because I actually can't do anything with him until I'm done learning from this guy. Cultist Simulator was much more organized in terms of I guess it's not to say it's more organized, but the organization of Cultist Simulator was based around cards and then verb slots, and you would put cards in the slots. This is still generally the same, but the only two distinct verbs are, what is this? It's like study and speak. So you can only, a verb can only be applied to one thing at a time. So because I'm speaking with this tutor about Deep Mandaic, I couldn't also speak with the this author about, paying him, or engineer, whatever he is. Also, I'm not sure I mentioned, if somebody visits the library, you can only do one thing with them. So I could either have given that guy a book to get paid in Spintria, or I could pay him a Spintria to get tutored in Deep Mandaic. So unfortunately, I can't do both at the same time. But since he just finished teaching me, he disappears. He gave me change for my Spintria, because apparently the one I gave him was worth more than the lesson. And now I speak Deep Mandaic, the most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed, of the Mother of Ants herself. The Mother of Ants is I believe she's like associated with doorways and passages. I think you kind of run into her during your trip to the Mansis and Cultist Simulator. This is a skill that has the aspects of Forge and Lantern. It is a language. It is associated with Horamachistry and Ithistry. Have I done Horamachistry? I think I just put something in there. Yep, okay. So, I now have at least one rank in each of the wisdoms, which are what these major axes are called. So if I want to keep progressing, I need to level up my skills in order to place them here. So, now that I think about it, I've been still piecing together things, but I just realized that, for example, I have this skill called Inks of Revelation, which is assigned, when it was level 1, I assigned it to Ithistry, so it's right here, as you can see. I just realized that leveling it up is helpful because it causes its influences to become more powerful, which means I can do more with them. But it's actually probably better to focus on leveling up skills that have not been assigned so that I can assign them. Because, leveling up Inks of Revelation is great, but I do need to get something in Ithistry to level 4 so that I can put it here. So if I have a choice, I should favor things that are not already assigned. Just thinking out loud, don't worry about it. So this is Ithistry, Horamachistry, Forge, and Lantern. I have a lesson of Moon and Winter, so I can't level that up. What can I level up with this? I need Moon or Winter, so I could level up maybe this. This is assigned to Skolakosophy, which I believe is also at level 1. So that's actually something I can work towards. Let me take a look at that. So we do that is, I'm going to have to do all this, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm trying to plan too far ahead. I need to finish working on this book first. So I read this book. Oh, this is a new book. Okay, good. So this is the Karasham Portalan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portalan of nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist, or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. Noon is another destination. Long, capital L, are basically cult students who have attained immortality through their studies. So this is, basically there is a port called Noon, which is a sanctuary for immortals. And this book apparently potentially gives you a way to get there. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ease Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined warnings. Here the final city, strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. Interesting. So I got this book back. I got A Memory of Gossip, frivolous but tasty. It gives me 1 Grail and 2 Rose influences. Do I have those? I think I do. Rose, yep, I have Rose 2. Grail I have, let me see, Forge, Winter, Moth, Nectar, Lantern, Heart, Sky, Edge, Scale, Rose, Sky again, oops. Sound, Rose again. I'm gonna have to clean up these notes. I actually don't have Grail. Let me go ahead and take a note of this. This was called the Karashim Portolan. It's only rank 1, but it's the best I got. So I got this memory of, what was it? Grail and Rose. Lesson in Sea Stories, which I think is new. Got my skill card back. And a Fatigue to my soul. So first, let me research this book. And let me stick this, not book, research this skill. Sea Stories. The sea has always been the widest route. This is associated with birdsong and nyctodromy. And it's moon, so I think I can level this up, actually. But first, let me put this book away before I forget. This is the useful stuff, so this goes up here. Go left. There. So let me see. What was it I wanted to level up? I wanted to level up... It's associated with birdsong or nyctodromy. Take a look. Birdsong is currently level 1. And it got me... I don't know. Darn it. I think birdsong got me Fost. Nyctodromy, I think, gets me Fet. And if I get more Fet, I can maybe level up. So I'm going to see if I can level up a Nyctodromy skill, which Sea Stories is. So let's take a look at what we got here. The research Sea Stories. I can use this lesson of Snow Stories. I can use a Reb. And I need a memory. That works. That does the trick. Awesome. Let's do this. The whole play style of this game is just teasing out these threads of logic of what you can do, and then just trying to hold on to all the different aspects of the game to try and just remember or note or refigure out how you can accomplish things. So, alright, so that levels up my Sea Stories to 2, so I can now go to Tree of Wisdom and assign Sea Stories to Nyctodromy 2. That should get me Shapt. Oh, this is new. Okay. Shapt, eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay. Well, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do, but it means I've learned something. I thought that each of these 9 axes, the 9 wisdoms, just had a soul part that was associated with it. Because I'm pretty sure, like, both times, I'm currently level 2 in Illumination and level 2 in Ithistry, and I'm pretty sure each time I leveled up Earbeats, I've always gotten a Fost card out of it. So I thought, okay, Illumination is associated with a Fost. If I level up Illumination, If I level up Illumination, I get more Fost. Turns out that's wrong. Because the first time I leveled up Nyctodromy, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I got a Fet card. But this time, I got Shapt, which is brand new. Never gotten it before. So I might be wrong about Fet being associated with that first level of Nyctodromy, but whatever it was something different. So the lesson is basically that I cannot predict what card I might get from which wisdom. Which is interesting, but it also means that I have fewer levers to pull as far as deliberately acquiring power goes. Let me take a look at this. Shapt is associated with Forge and Knock. Interesting. The principle of Knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. knock as a principle was very important in Cultist Simulator. Because basically, in Cultist Simulator at least, most puzzles would require just some element, just any influence, and then would also require some level of knock. So you need a knock for everything. It was very important to have. So having a skill with knock sounds good to me. It feels like that might be important. So far, Book of Hours has not required knock nearly as much. It seems to be just kind of one of the pile of influences so far. So I might be wrong. It's probably not the same as Cultist Simulator where you always needed it. But at the same time, I didn't have any yet, so it's good that I have that now. Alright, was I working on anything else? Had I hired somebody? Was I hiring somebody? Let me take a look. You know what? This has been great, but I think I might actually call it about here. I'm a little tired. I actually have some work I need to do, unfortunately, before tomorrow, so I actually need to get to that. I usually stream for around 3 hours-ish, and it's been 4. So I think that as long as I've lost the thread of what I was working on, because I've hit a few major milestones, actually just since the raid, which is very surprising. Guys, you guys brought a lot of good luck my way. I'm not usually this productive in this short amount of time. It probably feels like I've been going very slowly, but it is just kind of that sort of game. So thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to take a second to see if there's anybody around that I like to raid. I can pay it forward a little bit. One moment. Let me see. How do you guys feel about Starfield? I know that's kind of a hot thing now. It's kind of a different tack from what I was playing, and I've actually already forgotten what you guys were up to. I know you guys were collabing. I shouted you out, and I didn't actually read the shout-out message to see what you guys were up to. You're doing art. Oh, art and potionomics. Okay, perfect. It was great meeting you too, Miso-Mochan. I look forward to checking out your stream in a bit. Added to your wishlist? Awesome. Like, it just came out a couple of weeks ago, so I'm not sure when it's going to go on sale, but definitely keep an eye on it. If it looks up your alley, this and Cultist, they're both definitely just scratch an itch that no other game has scratched for me. They're really cool, how interwoven the story is. But anyways, all that to say is I'm going to raid a streamer I've recently started following named Supervillain Misfortune. No relation to the League of Legends champion. They're playing Starfield. They had a bad run of luck recently because apparently most of their misfortune comes from tech issues. And yesterday, like, their monitor's jam collapsed and shattered their monitor. They had to end stream early. It was terrible. So I'm gonna hopefully improve her day a bit by raiding her with the handful of people who are in here. So let me make sure I'm spelling this right. I'm still baby streamer, as I mentioned, so raiding is still a little new to me. Is that how I do it? Oh, it's /raid, isn't it? Super professional streamer here, by the way. Did that do the trick? Okay, yes. And yeah, as the note is saying, she is definitely an adult streamer. Not like, you know, not a lewd streamer or whatever, but she is definitely adult, so just that heads up. Definitely please be nice. You guys have been awesome so far, so I don't think I'm going to worry. Thanks again for joining me, and I hope you guys have a great evening. Enjoy hanging out with Supervillain Misfortune. Bye, y'all.